眠るがいいさ。せめて今は甘い夢を。眠るがいいさ。せめて今は甘い夢を。
Mic check. I think everything's working here. Hoo-ya. Alright. Let me see if some of the new elements that I put in work. I still don't have a lot of stuff built into this. I was going to talk briefly. My cursor shows up. Or do I have to click on this? Oh, it shows up now. At some point, I think I'm going to take out my artist tablet and draw some stuff. I really wanted to get this channel up and kicking and kind of learn and wing it as I go and enhance things with time. And so until I can do a proper face cam, which might be in, if I'm lucky, 2 years. But what I want to do, I have no intention of being like a VTuber, but I was thinking it might be cool to have Whittle Red, one of the AK artists that does comics. They started doing some streams and they do like these, I guess you would say they're a PNG tuber, but they have like several different sets that react to what they're doing, and I think that's pretty cool. I was thinking of doing like some something similar where I have like a little like avatar that I put here, but I don't just want it to be a picture that maybe has like 2 frames. I want it to have like a few different expressions, and I think it would be funny if the default one was kind of like a cartoon looking like a bald guy that's like thinking super super hard, and then when I talk it's like they have like the like a epiphany kind of animation. And then I want to also have like a few other variants, like an angry variant or like a face palm variant. I just like a handful of expressions, so that I don't have to like try and puppet master a VTube avatar or anything like that. And I think that the models for that are expensive. And the other thing that I think is kind of problematic with VTubers is that the primary thing that ends up working for that scene is like collaborating with others, and I kind of see a lot of that with Arknights. And this isn't a criticism of that or anything. It's just that's not really the goal of what I want to do. And I also, even though Arknights is what I'm doing right now, it's probably not the only thing I'll ever do. And I wanted to bring up something today because it's super epic and hopefully people know, but I just don't always trust the media to like cover this stuff. But this was something I follow. I woke up in the morning to make sure that I saw this live, but I just have to show this because it's so incredible. The SpaceX landing, man.
Landing burn has been ignited. We're now down to 3 Raptor engines. We can see those chopsticks now in the air.
Megavilla has popped the booster.
This is absolutely insane. On the first ever attempt we have.
You know when people are like crying from like their sports team winning or something like that? That's this for me. Like it's so cool. It's so amazing. And I love it. So I've always been into technology and stuff like that. Space was one of my passions as long as I can remember, whether it was, you know, growing up with Star Wars and all that. But that was today, this morning for me. It might have been other time zones for other people. I don't know. But even though that's not Arknights, I just had to show it because I knew it wouldn't take that long. And I was like, I got to talk about this. And again, eventually I'll probably have actual stuff like that in like not live streams, but I'll probably produce like a series of videos on other topics because there's so many things that interest me, and I don't plan on making tons of different channels to cover all of it. I did some base stuff already, but unfortunately I don't really want to farm for this, but I might have to at the tail end of today. We'll see, because there were a handful of things I wanted to do. But getting this dorm solves a lot of problems for me with the morale issues I've been having on my newbie base here. I do have my control center at 4, and like the investment level here is so pitiful. It's crazy the amount of progress I've been able to make without really having to spend all that much time farming. But I have been farming the main event with some of the spare sanity when I have time to do more than one login per day. And actually, I've been doing pretty good with the clues as well, even though I think I have... This is my other account, and I think this person I was able to add because I borrowed one of their units just to complete like a pinboard mission and then click like the add button. It'd be nice to have some more people in here for this account just to maximize this, but it wasn't going to be something that I was really going to rely on for the guide. I just kind of assumed that anything that I don't put a lot of energy into this is going to put me at a disadvantage that in theory a new player would only have worst case scenario. But hopefully new players know that they can go to internet resources to look up friends, even if it's just like randomly, to get the resources from there. Because the reception room, like those clues, they give you resources that you otherwise have to spend sanity to farm, and as a new player, especially like the first couple weeks, like getting this is like a huge boon. You know, like I can make pretty good progress because I have 4 years of experience, but it's really interesting to go and have like this completely new player experience from the beginning, because as a new player my whole thing was getting levels and stuff like that. I spent way more time farming specifically just to level up my operators, where on this account I'm like, well, let's see how far we can push without having to do like that investment. But something happened yesterday. I got an Estelle, and this was really going to fill a gap that I was missing in this account. And there were a few key things that I was really missing. One is that everyone seems to simp for Fang for new players. I hate Fang. I think that she's way overhyped and overrated. I've covered it multiple times, and like my biggest, every time I feel like on this account I hit a brick wall was because Fang. But the thing is I understand maybe why she gets recommended. It's literally why I have her built this much, because there was nothing else. And so I think I have to do a video talking about ranking who's good for a starter account, but like I feel like the current advice is just a little too generic. When people say build Fang, only build Fang if you don't have a better option, right? It's and I know, I can't remember who it is. Some people have a little bit of criticism of Myrtle early game. And here's the thing. Myrtle is only bad early game if you need to use more than one Vanguard. Or let's say your other Vanguard is Fang or Plume, right? But my goal on this account was to have Myrtle and Vigna, right? Because the thing is Myrtle gives you enough DP to get out like a Lapland, like I have Lapland, so Lapland. But let's say I didn't have that. Let's say I just had Estelle, or I finally got the 2 ops that I was complaining. I couldn't believe Gravel wasn't welfare. I had no idea she wasn't guaranteed. I did not have Gravel for so long, it freaked me out because I could have swore that you got her in this story. And I was like, how can this be happening to me, right? And so I have a Gravel now. We have to build her. Literally have to. She's good in the base. She has end game base skill, which is crazy. And we really only need to get her to Elite 1. I don't even know how much I'm going to put into her skill. Eventually, we'll put more into her. And something else, I also got a cutter. But now I have this problem, right, of I'm still tight on resources, but I have 2 operators that are extremely valuable to me, and I kind of wish I had gotten Cutter yesterday, because then maybe I wouldn't have built Estelle, but maybe I still would have, I don't know, because the block 3 at E2, but do I really want to E2 Estelle? But, I mean, my other option is to push Lapland, or to just completely level up Cutter. But we're going to level up Cutter regardless. The main question is, do I have enough to also do I have enough for Gravel and Cutter, or can I only do one? And if I have to choose right now, we're going for Cutter, because I can still, in theory, deploy like a E1 level 1 Gravel. It's not ideal, but I can do it. And I think I don't have this pre-farmed, but I have the elite materials. However, I do have materials. A good amount. So I think that's what I'm going to do, is I'm going to buy out these. We're going to get the rest of these. The rest of these. I think I'm just going to buy all of the XP stuff. I don't know how much of this actually matters right now, because I only need enough. I still want to have enough in case I have to buy other mats. And then I'm going to level up. We're just going to go... Oh, I have these 2. We're just going to level up Cutter to at least E150. We might even go all the way, because Cutter might have to be my first E2. And if I do a video on the best starters, I'm really going to get into, like, not just this is a good one to do, but like that even amongst the best ones to do, there's still kind of a priority that exists. So for instance, like, Cutter is good to E2 if you're in my position and your Vanguards are, you know, not the greatest. Like, I have nothing else that I can do that helps me besides just increasing the power available to me, right? And then unlocking E2 friend support. But the thing is, I still think Myrtle is a better first E2, because when you use support, it's going to be on those more expensive units. And so I really think that Myrtle is still better to E2 than Cutter, but if you, I don't have a Myrtle. I just don't. And so it completely changes, like, what becomes a priority, because Estelle gives me block 3, or Cutter just gives me a more well-rounded kit, because she can be healed normally and Estelle's thing gets a little weird. But obviously we skill leveled 7 her. Her trust sucks. All of my units' trust sucks. That's been holding me back. But we're still going to cook on it. So I'm going to get Cutter up. We're just not even going to think about this. It's a no-brainer. I can't do the current stage that we're at until I level up at least another DPS, because we know that it's mostly physical damage, which Lapland is kind of hybrid for. We're still going to use Lapland. But Fang's just... Fang's just not able to deal enough damage to be... Oh, we can buy these, right? These are in the store. Fang lacks two important characteristics. One is she just doesn't have attack. She's more defensive focused, but as a defensive focused, she still doesn't survive. And ooh, I don't have these, and these are a pain to get. I'm not gonna farm for them, at least not here. I might farm for them in like between. Do we even have between events? I don't even know. Let me check the store just to, actually, hold on, I'm retarded. I forgot they gave me 200 of these. Bigger priority is grindstones. I can get... Do I have enough? Oh, I don't. Because this is enough for cutter. We will do that. But I can only get... Oh, no, I can do 2 of these. Oh! Oh, wait! Hold on. Hold on. Oh, thank God. We need more of those. Of course we need more of those. Alright, we're going to prioritize cutter on that. Because skill level 7 is just more powerful. So, how high is she going to be our first D2? Man, there's a good chance. What do I need material-wise? These are in the store. These I can farm for if I get deep enough in the stage. And then this I'm going to have to unlock. I think maybe Cutter will be our first E2. I will save some levels, though, for now. Because someone else, I might have to spend some of that on other people. And it would be nice if we had some trust. Her attack is a little low right now. Alright. Let me collect this.
Hasn't been redecorated even once.
I still don't know if I'll be able to do this stage because of the trust being... I keep hitting the wrong button. I don't like the UI in this event. So we were leaking because Lapland was kind of getting overwhelmed with just the flood of enemies coming this way. But I think we can put Lapland here facing down. I still have to plan out how I want the chains to go. And I'm not really sure. The other option is to like deploy all of our operators towards the center here and maybe put Lapland here facing down, because we really need to like damage the guys coming through here, and we need chains to like probably go across. Like these areas are not too hard to put chains across, whereas over here it gets a little bit wonky because I can put them this way pretty easily, but that doesn't really affect the guys coming through here, and that's a problem. So I might have to experiment a little bit, but I think I have just the raw power now to do this because I don't need Shaw in here anymore, and I think I don't need, well, hopefully I don't need Plume either. I don't I don't know. The other option is maybe I'm forced to I hope I'm not forced to build Plume. That's going to be a pain. But let's see if we can do something with this.
出撃の許可が下りました。私たちにお任せください。
私の役目は刀を振るうことだけ。
みんな、私に続け。
いくらでも私の目を見て。敵を怖がらせることできるかな。
We need
みんな、私に続け。
主の祝福があらんこと。
Oh God. Oh Jesus. The pressure. The DP pressure. So again, I think it's crazy because if I get onto my main account and I go low rarity, I don't have some of these problems because I have the trust bonus. Everyone's at skill level 7. Everyone's at least at like E1 max, or even E2 if they're 4 stars. It is very hard to do a guide for new players using an endgame account that actually represents what you'll experience. And that was something I found out very quickly doing this account. Very, very quickly. So, deployment order woes. I need to get a blocker. We need to get a healer. It probably has to be an AoE healer first. I think it just has to be. I really wish I had an ambusher, because then I could use these tiles to get chains to go kind of in a direction that I want. Okay.
警戒隊みんな私に続け。
私の役目は刀を振るうことだけ。分かった。
貫く。
獲物を見つけました。分かった。弦の振動を感じて。
Yeah, holy crap, dude. They're definitely lying on the levels for this. And like I said, man, freaking Fang is just holding us so back so hard because I just can't get DP fast enough. And again, I might be forced to level up Plume. Which is a shame. There was something else though that. No, it wasn't that. It wasn't that either. What did we want? Well, since this is going to be relevant, I do remember this stage, but I'm not so sure if I have the stuff to do it right now. I probably do have to level up my squad a bit more for that. I do have some levels, though. We're just getting insta-deleted. That's so problematic. I mean, the other thing is I could level up a second tank and just try to have 2 tanks, and then Cutter at the top facing down where I was planning on putting Lapland. But that's still not... I don't think that'll get us what we need. And I really need a new Vanguard. I can't... It just feels bad. Like, Fang feels bad. I hate being confined to this. Oh, pin boards. Gotcha. I'm so trapped. Oh my gosh. I'm trapped on this stage because I don't have gravel. Would gravel help? J or AoE? I don't think so. Well, we can try Estelle. I mean, she died to Cutter. What's Cutter's defense? 255? That's really... Hers is even worse. Oh, boy. Lapland was living a lot longer than that. Mouse. Mouse won't reduce enough attack. So many problems. I mean... If I just wanted to progress, I could borrow someone. Oh my god. I'd still have to redo this, but I'm curious.
みんなくれぐれも安全にね
I'm gonna do it that way. I don't think there's a really cool way to exploit Liskarm, which is unfortunate.
My speed and I hail from Victoria. 貫く
Benevolent shall save lives
But I can exploit Arknights.
主の祝福があらんこと弦の振動を感じて
みんな私に続け悪くない位置取りだね
Bravery shall overcome evil 福音が指先に集まる
みんな私に続け
Oh, we need to get a healer out.
これが戦場というものねここにいたのね
I need another healer.
持ちこたえてください
Boo, that's not what I wanted. I think this thing's still gonna, like, kill one of our dudes. Come on, live. Yeah. Wait.
ここからはブースの時
みんな
こういう香りは好き
救急箱クリア何を亡霊だってお前を救えないさ
Live!
弦に
It's so stupid.
敵には3種類なんだ
Why? This is bullshit.
今回は残念だったけど
Alright.
これくらいで
I give up on this stage. There's just, it's so dumb. This is a lie. This is such a fat lie. And yeah, it is doable with low tier, but only at max investment and max trust. And if you have all the units to choose from, which I don't even have.
おはようドクター
Oh, it's so frustrating.
Decorated even once this whole time
So frustrating. So I can't progress on the event at all. And it's a waste of... It's kind of a waste of... I mean, just for catharsis, maybe I'll do this just because I'm pretty sure I can. But it's kind of a waste of... it's kind of a waste of sanity for me to do anything... To spend any sanity that's not on the event just because of the efficiency from the rewards, the shop. Like, just purely from a time and development standpoint, I'm not going to do anything that's going to beat
獲物を
that.
見つけました弦には3つの選択が敵には3種の苦難があります怖くはないわ
貫く
Holy shit. That dude is fast as hell.
私の役目は刀を振るうこと福音が指先に集まる分かった振り返る
Eh,
貫く
is that thing
福
gonna...
音が指
Okay.
先に集まる持ちこたえてください
みんな私に
どんな戦いになるかしらね武器は磨いてある
Is that gonna be where the most powerful guys come from? I mean, physical damage is probably better on these guys anyways. Although I might regret that if I need more down here. Well, we'll see. I think we're okay.
私ここにいたのね
ほら頑張れもうちょっとで僕に勝てるかもしれないよ
いくらでも
To
待つよ
range? Okay.
ここだよここは通さないここにいたのね
Monthly card, huh? Well, if I get a free monthly card on this account, that will definitely help me with pulls.
完璧な勝負
I don't know how well you know about what my project has been so far, Death Scythe, but this is just a new account. I'm not actually a new player, which is why I managed to get to Chapter 4 in a week. But again, I don't want to spend too much sanity here. I just wanted to prove that I can, in theory, progress. But like these elite level 30, Elite 1 level 30, what it's talking about here is like a completely different order of magnitude from what they're talking about in the Babel event. Like this is just lies. I'm literally at that level, but not with max trust, not with max skill levels and whatnot. And like, it's not even close to the same difficulty. So even though they've put a lot of mechanics to make this event newbie friendly, like in the main stages when it says Elite 1 level 30, they really mean like when you're just playing as a new player. And I feel like they forgot what that really is at Hypergriff. Because when I come in here and just like get hard stat checked and my guys are dying before I can even get healers out, and I'm getting DP crunched because I have to rely on Fang, who's just... The only reason to have Fang ever is because you're like me and you literally have no one else. I think Vanilla is better because if I had Vanilla or if I had her earlier and built her, then I would not have had to use Plume. Right? I could have just had the one Vanguard, but I would still want someone else. And so it's been brutal. I kind of wish this event, for the purposes of this account, like I love this event on my main, but I kind of wish this event did not come out for me doing these videos, because on one hand I'm like, I have to farm the event, but farming the event is boring. I can't push deeper in the event because I'm literally getting stat checked, and there's no, like, I might think about strategy if I could get enough DP and enough units out to where I just didn't get destroyed before it even matters. Like I can't kill fast enough. I don't have the DPS. And like it just comes down to levels, but then the fastest way to get levels is to farm the event. I can do, one of the things that was kind of interesting was how far I can get in integrated strategies, but the thing is my own units here are super weak. The only thing that I can rely on for that is the monthly squad. So what I might have to do is just farm on this what I can get, and then switch over to my main account where I can actually do some cool stuff and talk about some things. But yeah, I got lucky with Ascalon as well on my main account, not on this one. I did 10 rolls on here, just single pulls up to the guarantee, and I just got like an April potential. Which, you know, if this were like end game, that might be kind of nice, but building an April right now is not in the tea leaves. So I would have preferred a Texas. I was really tempted to use my 5-star vouchers on a Texas, even though she's in the pin boards, because getting a pot for her isn't the worst thing ever. But I went for Lapland and Lisgarn because I kind of wanted to avoid leaning on Kuora with the fact that I was picking offensive SP operators. Like I got Arketo, and I knew I was pretty sure I was going to have a Lapland, and so the other selector I decided to go with Lisgarm. And I could still raise Kuora, but my plan was to get Gummy, who I still don't have. So there's a number of operators that like part of me is being stubborn and seeing how far I can go with these, but the smart thing to do for a normal account at this stage is actually to build Gummy, build Gravel. I hope to get a Gummy because I'm gonna need her eventually. But like Gummy and Liskarm were gonna be my tanks. I wasn't, because the thing is, the only I'm not gonna try and tank Patriot. We're building Amia. We're not going for a tank Patriot strategy. I don't need Kuora for Frost Nova. I don't need Kuora for Tallulah. I don't even know if I'll play this account that deep, Arketo's amazing. Arketo is, I think, one of the most underrated operators in the game, and I'll show you on my main account. If you ever have questions about an operator, how to use something, really nuancy stuff, like I have an insane amount of game knowledge, like literally insane. I can talk about things that I think only like a tiny fraction of people even know about. Like here, I'm going to abuse my new feature here. I want to show you something that's going to blow your mind. Because it blew my mind. I was like, what? I didn't even know you could do that. Do you know Blemichi? Oh man. I don't care about the volume on that. Let's see if this works. Alright. I'm not going to play the whole video. I just want to show you something that completely blew my mind. So, Blemichi made this video called Virtuosa is just too good, right? And it has Virtuosa and Skalter in there. And I did not actually know that her skill 2 did this, because nobody talked about her skill 2, and I read it. But sometimes, you don't think like, duh. And like, this is some like, that should be illegal shit that they do. So what's happening here, right, is Virtuosa's S2 allows operators in her range to deal necrosis damage, right? And so Skalter is using S3 because it allows the deployable, the summon, it allows that to do damage, which then, because Virtuosa is in, or because Skalter's in Virtuosa's range and can deal necrosis damage now, Skalter has global necrosis damage. And so they're using that to destroy the event stage boss. And like the necrosis, look at how quickly that applies. Look at how quickly that's crazy. And like, I never thought of that. So I know a lot of stuff. I don't know everything, but that's kind of how everyone is. But it super blew my mind. I was like, I can't believe that. That's so awesome. $20 rolls, no Ascalon. I mean, if you don't get an Ascalon in 20 rolls, I don't feel bad at all. Because here's the thing, right? Expecting to get a specific operator in 20 rolls is kind of unreasonable. But I mean, like, it's great when it happens. I feel bad for people when they go, like, if it's just any 6-star and you go to like 70 rolls, which is almost, I mean, realistically like the hard limit for how far you can go. I'm just gonna burn some sanity farming and then we'll switch over, because I am not going to be able to progress on this without wasting. I think we need, hold on, do we, I still need these. No, not these. These? We kind of have, it doesn't matter. So here's the thing about limited operators, right? If you are free to play, I feel like even thinking about limiteds is kind of a bad idea. Because what a lot of players do is they save up all of their pulls just for limited banners. But if you realistically think about what that means, it means that every single operator in the game to you now is limited. Right? And so, like, to me, the best way to think about limiteds is, like, if you're not free to play, I guess it matters a lot more, because it's what you're willing to spend money on and what you aren't. But if you are free to play and you're new, I think that you should just forget about limiteds entirely and just try and maximize how many 6 stars you get overall. Because every limited that's ever been super hyped, it doesn't matter if it's Chalter or Ling, they're probably the most infamous candidates. How many people have you seen use Chalter on the regular? Like, realistically? Like, hardly ever, right? Why? Because Milnar came out, that's part of it. She's expensive, that's part of it. But part of it was that I think she was always overhyped, even at her peak. Now, that doesn't mean she's bad, but like, Arketo is the type of operator you can use almost every time. Drones are... I mean, maybe if there's no drones on a stage or no range tiles, okay. You know, there tends to be more stages that are limited on range tiles than ground tiles, and that's part of what made Milnar so popular, is that Milnar is effectively a ranged operator. He's not really a ground operator. I mean, he blocks 3 when his skill's up. But functionally, he is Chalter that you deploy on the ground, in terms of how people use him, you know. And he's cheap to deploy. You know, he solves a lot of problems that you might have with someone like Chalter. But as a result, how many people actually use Chalter anymore? Like I said, it's just so few. Ling was called the most overpowered operator in the history of the game. How many people use her? How many max risk CCs? How many triple S's? How many just even general content? The metric that people were using was they were looking at how many stages she can solo. Yeah, maybe. Here's the thing. I kind of avoid CN's opinions until I can test things myself, because I don't want to taint my own opinion with the consensus from CN. I generally, every time I disagree with something, I feel like I understand where CN's coming from, right? But I feel like something gets lost in translation. So people will test something on CN, and then EN content creators will take that as like dogmatic gospel that you can't go against, and they strip the nuance out of why they're saying it's good. So Ling is a good example of that, because being able to solo stages isn't really a valuable metric, right? There's an opportunity cost to using Ling, which is how much deployment she requires. Ling and 1 Super Dragon is 3 deployment slots. So you could have, instead of a Ling, you could have a Golden Glow, a Sculptor, and a Mudrock. Is a Ling in 1 summon more powerful than that? Probably not. So trying to compare Ling 1-for-1 with other 6 stars was always unrealistic, because you're really, like, if you're using 5 or 6 deployment worth of units to get Ling at her quote-unquote full power, and you have squad to spare, because normally you have more squad space than deployment. Now, there is a scenario where Ling becomes incredibly powerful. We just haven't seen it that much. So like that new Vector mode that they're testing on CN, that rewards you for not using a lot of operators, because when you use an operator, you can't use them on the next stage. And so when you have more deployment than you have squad space, because you have some mechanic like that, then Ling actually does become meta. No, there's no advantage on CN whatsoever. If anything, people say they have a disadvantage, but I kind of wish we were on equal terms, because what happens in EN is that, like I said, people become dogmatic about opinions because something comes out on CN. The CN community contributors make an opinion about stuff, right? Then that opinion filters into EN, and then EN refuses to have their own opinions on things. Or if you try to, then people say, oh, you're wrong, because CN has more people. If it were this way, then they would say it. So, yeah, I'm not necessarily a critic of CN. I'm a critic of how much weight EN places on what happens on CN. I will say, though, their content creators are cracked as hell. They have so much like cool people that just do fan animations and stuff like that. It's really awesome. NTR skill 2? NTR is actually one of my favorite operators. And part of the reason is that I think that Calci is stronger, but Calci requires 2 deployments, and I like being able to choose which healer I bring into a stage. And so, like, it's kind of the same thing as Ling, but I actually think that Kelsey has better economy, because Monster is, like, for 2 deployment for Kelsey, who's not really worth it, but Monster, who's kind of, with Kelsey, stronger than any of the other 6 stars. Like, between the 2 for 2 deployment, I think it's still a decent value. But NTR, I think, has just that versatility because you can use any medic. I don't know yet with Wizardel. Every single DPS that's been hyped, I think, is overrated. And part of the reason is because at a certain point, how many different flavors of Milnar do you need? You know, like, if you have a Milnar, you have a Chalter, you have a Kelsey, you have an NTR, you have a Typhon, right? And then they come out with some other op with a big range that does tons of DPS. Like, am I really going to feel the power if I get Wizardel over what I already have? Maybe. Because every once in a while, someone does live up to the hype. Like, I think Typhon lived up to the hype, which surprised me, to be honest, because I thought all of the hype for Typhon was just her character design. I was super convinced. I was like, I don't know what's up with this character. I feel like people just, like, they see boobs and they're like, yes, neuron activated. But then I tried out Typhon and I was like, okay, I see where... Because the main thing, it has a lazy skill. People love to be lazy in the game, and that's fine, you know. But the thing that really makes Typhon... The thing that really makes Typhon kind of like on the degree of busted... Here, you're going to see something cool here. I have to switch accounts.
Arknights.
I hope you didn't run into any trouble, Doctor.
Alright. Yeah. So it is the S3. Because the main thing with Typhon that's unique, because for me, what I care about more than just raw DPS is, like, what do they do that's special? And Typhon's S3 can hit a boss for 2 separate phases. So, like, normally when you kill a boss, like, here, I'm gonna bring something up. We're gonna switch back to YouTube, but first I need to pull this up from my channel, videos. Alright. We're going to go to the browser. Oh, come on. Oh, why isn't it coming up? Oh, don't tell me I have to... Man, this thing's stupid. I'm a bit new at this, too. Let me see if I can get this to work. Why is this not working? Properties. Oh. Really? That's specific. I have to find a better way to do that. That's annoying. I am going to... I guess we'll just have the game in the background. I want to show something real quick because I want to make a point here. So I made this video because like, Patriot has 2 phases, right? And obviously you can, like, deploy a Sculptor to kill Patriot and then just redeploy her because you can get it pretty early on. But this was just to kind of theoretically show off something. I'm going to fast forward here, right? I'm going to kill Patriot, both phases of Patriot, using the same setup, like, back to back. And actually, we're going to, like, fast forward a little more. And the reason why I bring up Typhon on that is because Typhon's S3, it allows you to do multiple phases even if the boss wanders out of range. You get that lock on, and then, like, it doesn't matter. It's like a death sentence, you know? And so that was kind of the special thing. Now, in this setup, the whole thing was just her skill cooldown is pretty short. So when bosses have multiple phases, in general, she will recharge her skill by the time their next phase... Well, it depends on the boss. In Patriot's case, he has, like, a long downtime. But the other thing was I wanted to show how much damage she does if you build around her. Because the thing is you could use this exact same setup with Surtur, and she won't kill Patriot this fast. Because even though she can cut through res, you get depreciating returns when you stack res ignore. And so I'm using Praminix here to lower res, which is the main thing that Viviana needs. And Reed Alter being a healer is just synergy. So I need another healer here to keep her alive, but I'm also getting the arts amplification effect. And so the whole point of this setup was just to demonstrate like team synergy, because people were saying how bad Viviana is. And I'm like, I don't know. She kills Patriot in... Like, she has half of her skill bar left. More. What is that? Like 2/3 of her skill bar left, and Patriot's phase 1 is gone. That's 90% resistance and like 60,000 hit points. Right? And his phase 2 is even short. It's like nuts how quickly. So now she's face tanking Patriot's tankable phase, his phase 2. And she can't attack him to get the shield at this point. She's just face tanking him. Which, again, you know, we have the Shining in here to kind of enhance that, right? But when I activate, look at how quickly he dies when I activate her skill. It's like 3.5 hits, right? So, but Typhon, again, the thing that made Typhon special was that bosses with multiple phases with the S3, that was the big thing. So ODEX8, I think Reed, I mean, I'd have to see what you were doing. In my opinion, I don't think Reed was like the most amazing pick for that event. But it's, I mean, anything with AoE can kind of do some stuff, but I kind of like more like permanent like just AoE normally, like Reaper Guards kind of made that event way simpler. But I guess I can do, one of the things I was doing a bit, I guess we can pick which one. I don't know, I really like IS-2 more than the other ones, but I was in IS-3 earlier today, and I'm like, you know, IS-3 is not so bad. IS-4 feels like a chore to me. I'll do a video on that eventually. I know a lot of the other people doing content for this, they really think that everything's upgraded. I disagree. I think IS-2 is the best, and it's not even close. But I have specific reasons for that. There's things like tweaks that you could make to those modes that would change my mind on that. I guess we'll do IS-2. It's I'm in control. I can do what I want. But one of the things that I've had fun with is kind of playing with we'll say not necessarily popular or meta operators, just to see if there's like hidden or powers to unlock. I've been having a lot of fun with Hodor in integrated strategies. I don't know why exactly. Planning to do a pull stream. I will. Yeah, I mean, I'll probably be streaming when I do pulls on it. I don't know if I care about guaranteeing that I get her or not. That's a bigger question, I think. But I do like testing operators, so I generally, if something's new, I generally want to try and get it at least. I had some not so good luck up until recently, so I got extremely lucky with Ascalon. Because when it came to Ascalon, I got her in literally 3 pulls. But previous to that, it was taking me,
I'll complete my mission to the
I had to
best of my
spark
ability.
the last limited. And I think I might have even had to spark the limited before that, but I don't remember exactly. But even like to get Degenbacher, I had to go like to, I think like 150 or something like that to get Degenbacher. And it depleted everything that I had.
Order acknowledged.
Does he even need this? Probably not. You know what? He could probably solo this.
Sense deprived by Ember.
So one of the things that's funny about integrated strategies with Hodor is there's a number of things that make him uniquely cracked. Like cracked in a way that other operators don't necessarily get cracked. Like I did 2 runs with Hodor just because I was curious. One was in IS-4 and the other was in IS-2. In IS-4, the run, when I did the final boss, he had 30,000 hit points and the regen artifact. So he was functionally unkillable. And then I'm like, okay, that's interesting. Maybe it's just RNG. Maybe it's, you know, like, maybe he has good artifact synergy, but maybe I just got lucky. So I went into IS-2 with him, and in that run, I got, oh, those guys hurt. Holy shit. So I should have had a... Oh, that's bad. That's a problem. So he can't solo this. It would be really funny if I just died here. No, I don't think I can. I can leak everything.
Go ahead.
That's actually one of the things I like better about IS-2, by the way, as well. When you leak, it doesn't give you like a permanent debuff. It just subtracts from your life. And I wish those debuffs, like in this, the hallucinations are like a pro and a con. It's a trade-off. It's not just, you know, F you, have a harder time now. Do I want to spend this on a real healer? Actually, I should ask people, is there a boss that you prefer me to attempt? Do I want damage? I have a normal healer, but she's the most useful by default because of the, if it's just a phantom ending. Although, I don't know. You know what we will do? I have an idea. Maybe I'll get the bear. We'll take Perfumer, and if I have the opportunity to do the bear boss, we'll do the bear. Oh, look at that. This is for the bear, right? Pretty sure. Or is this for ending 3? I can't even remember. I think this is the one for the bear. Yeah, wait. I don't know. We'll find out. Maybe that's the one for the 3rd ending. Who needs life? Life is for the weak. Vanguard would be nice. Abjure, no. Splashcaster, no. Defender, I don't have. Supporter, yeah, this is the only thing I can use. I don't have 6, though. Do I want a vanilla? I might just save everything.
Embers will hide our footsteps. Order acknowledged.
I kind of need more ground units. This could become a problem if I don't get
Time to end
the right recruitment. I might regret not getting a Vanguard. We'll see. I'm being a little risky here.
Just as planned. Please hold on.
I think this account is from 2021. So the game had been out for about a year and a half when I started playing. And I didn't really play regularly until the Originium Dust. So when I started, it was Mansfield was halfway through. The first sort of full event that I had was CC4, but that was kind of undoable for my account level at the time. Originium Dust was the time where I decided I was going to start playing this game a bit more seriously. And Originium Dust, it completely defeated me. That was where I was like, I'm never gonna have an event defeat me like this ever again. So I was excited because I never thought I'd see it again. And so when it came back, I was like, I can finally get some catharsis on this. But by that point, you know, with all the new sort of operators and whatnot, I knew that it would be pretty easy to trivialize with modern stuff, mainly because the AoE options, especially Reapers.
Perfect job. Looks like we can have a good rest today.
What is with these medics? They keep giving me medic. They really... I mean, whatever, it's one. We'll do perfumer, but I need ground units. I'm definitely going to get screwed over if I... I might be forced to just leak on this because I only can cover one lane. Because the thing is, I can take a risk and deploy him here facing this way and just hope he can kill everything. The other option is to hope that Orchid has the DPS to do it, but I know that she doesn't. Like, it's not even a question. So everyone that comes out of here, I'm going to leak and there's nothing I can do about it. Oh well. This might be a cursed run.
Eyes blind.
And not because of Hoder. That's the funny thing. It might be a cursed run just from the recruitments. Again, I could have taken like a Vanguard. I was being a little risky there because the yeah, there's no way. There's no way.
Here, out of my way.
If I had taken a Vanguard, I could have taken I guess my best pick probably would have been Cantabile or maybe Texas just for the stun if I were to come across a stage like this. Actually started when the Dorothy event. Nikkei and Genshin. This run is cursed. We're going to try again, and hopefully I get more than one ground operator. That's kind of ridiculous. How am I going to show off my boy Hoder with a cursed run like that? Did you have your account bound? We're just gonna directly recruit Perfumer. It means that I can't get a second 6-star because I'm gonna get 4. I can only get 4.
If conflict is unavoidable,
hope.
a swift end is.
Because normally if you lose an account, it's because you change devices or there's an update or something. And the account, like a guest account, which is if you don't have it bound, it's just like on the local device in a way. Like you can't log into it from anywhere else. So I have multiple devices that I can play this game from. This is obviously like my main account, and I'm playing it on like my like a pretty powerful PC. But I have like a laptop that I can, you know, put the game on if I'm just like watching Netflix or something. Actually, it's generally not Netflix. It's usually YouTube Asmongold or it's Crunchyroll. Email? Oh, I see. Yeah, I don't know what to say if you got rid of the email. That kind of sucks. I will say though, like it's a very different experience doing the new game versus end game. So like when I play on this account, I feel like I'm fooling around and looking for things to play with and experiment, but it's not. I'm surprised he leaked it all, but it is what it is. It's IS2. When I play on the new account, it's like my brain goes into hyper optimization mode. I'm just thinking about like, is it worth spending sanity on getting stuff for the base, or what's the minimum thing I need to get past this next level? And on this account, it's just not something I ever think about. So we have to pick something. Well, no, I don't have to spend on it. We're gonna take vanilla. You know how I told you vanilla is better than Fang? I stand by it. I'll fight anyone that thinks Fang is better than vanilla. Still going for the bear. Originium. Yeah, I guess we're going to take Originium. Alright, maybe there's actually going to be something good in here this time. That's that's a maybe. Caster we don't have. Oh wait, I already clicked that. This is really good. And we can get both of these. That's whatever. So the thing about Fang is like you build, like I have Fang on my newbie account because I have to. I literally had nothing else. And so, but every problem I've had is because Fang. Every single one. Like every time I can't get past something, I'm like, God, if I had like any other Vanguard. I guess it's not true, not any other Vanguard. Specifically any of the Vanguards that I consider to be like, unless you're trying to do like 4-star only. So, random collectible. Heck, Hope? Yeah, whatever. We'll go for it. Supporter. But like the thing, here's the problem with Fang is that in the early game, like the really early game, the part where generally relying on 3 stars makes sense. Fang, like you want to concentrate your DPS typically on ranged units because you want to have as much like overlapping DPS. Like right now I have him hitting this square and Orchid can also hit that square. If I had a place, like if there wasn't a lane here, I would put Vanilla here facing up to just have all of my DPS on this square. But I don't have that option, so I have to do that.
Enough. Time to end this.
So here, I mean, like when I played on this account, I started with like I think Texas was one of the first 5 stars I got, which was really lucky. I didn't realize how like fortunate I was in some ways because my starter was Hoshiguma, and I never re-rolled, and everyone would like the knowledge at the time would have said re-roll that account, but that would have been stupid. Like in retrospect, people were really dumb back then because Hoshiguma was one of the best starters as well. And here's why. People typically would have tried to get either Exusii or Silver Ash. But Exusii and Silver Ash are not really good until E2. And so, did Fang really die?
Oh, come on! I already have enough work to deal with.
Is this this is emergency, isn't? Oh my god. Am I out of practice on IS2? I can't believe it. I don't think I've lost 2 in a row this early in a very long time. This is the like when people are watching you thing, you know? Here, this is what we're gonna do. I'm just going to we can overcome. Oh, the options. I'm still tempted to go without her. Color me stubborn. I did get a Myrtle pretty early on this account too, but I didn't build her for a long time because I just didn't care to that much. Like I built her reasonably late.
To the best of my ability.
But I actually, you know, I think that it was good that I didn't build Myrtle right away because I think a lot of people overemphasize. Like they get accustomed to using Myrtle for everything and then they leak because they use a Myrtle when they wouldn't have leaked if they used a Pioneer.
Orchid, ready to move.
Sense deprived by Ember.
Ready to heal.
Because the thing is with Myrtle is that she's most valuable when you actually need the DP, right? And so what people do is they get lazy and they use Myrtle for everything, all the time.
Where do you think
And in
you'll
most
run?
stages, like in this stage, how much would Myrtle help me? You know, like I can deploy Hodor before anyone else. Like DP's not a problem. There's no crunch here. Myrtle's most valuable when you're running into a crunch. But if you're not crunched, then Myrtle ends up being suboptimal
Eyes blind
because
by
like
hatred.
Texas has a stun, Texas is hella droppable, and Texas can block too and has better stats. So it's like one of those things where 95% of the time Texas is better than Myrtle. But sometimes Myrtle helps in a situation where it would be really hard if you had a Texas, and you can get away with using Myrtle even though she's suboptimal. So people become lazy. Vanguard preference, I like Vanguards as a class. I consider myself a Vanguard aficionado. If you were to ask me who the most
perfect
influential
job.
ones,
Looks
that's
like
like
we
not
can
even
have
a
a good
question.
rest
It's
today.
Bagpipe, it's Ina's, and Texas and Myrtle. Because Texas is still used a lot in max risk for the DP, the talent, and Myrtle just for the raw DP. And then everyone else is just for like fun, I guess you could say. I actually think that Siege is really underrated right now. Like I can talk about some of the things that I think people misinterpret right now with Siege. But one of the big ones is when people talk about like DP efficiency and Siege not being efficient. Siege's
the rendezvous
talent now with module upgrades gives her 3 DP, 3 SP. That's a lot. Like that's a lot. And so if you're thinking like nobody ever considers Pioneer S1s anymore because of flag bearers, right? But people forget that that's their most DP efficient
Order
skill.
acknowledged.
And if you have Siege with S1, which most people don't build, but I recently did, she gets 3 SP per
Eyes
kill,
blind
and
by
Siege's stats are good enough to kind of kill like at least weenies. So you do have to feed her some enemies, right, for this to be a thing. But if you feed her enemies, right, then it turbocharges her DP generation. Because it's, I mean, 3 SP per kill, that's a lot. That's like a lot.
Deprived by Ember.
So I actually think that Siege can outperform Myrtle or like most of the other Vanguards under the conditions of feeding her like a few weenies. But it doesn't have to be like a constant stream or anything. And again, Siege does have the stats to kill a few things. I mean, her S2 is obviously still her main skill. That's indisputed. I keep getting like kind of cursed with this. I need a ground unit. I didn't need 2 healers, but that's what they gave me.
Perhaps they've already escaped this cage called fate.
What stage of the game are you at? Like what chapter are you on? What the heck? What is this? I don't need a supporter. I need a ground unit. I want me to take Roberta. Why is this happening to me? Do I need to take a summoner? Do I really have to do that? Whatever. We're going to take a summoner. This is going to be spicy. It's getting annoying, like failing runs for dumb reasons. Vanguards. I don't have a Vanguard. Hope. We do need hope after spending it. Alright, this is what we're going to do. Landmines. Hope. Vanguard. And we're going to take bagpipers. And now we won't fail this stage. because we have bagpipe.
Stand to attention.
And this.
出番だよミーボたち
Now my mire is wasted because I got bagpipe. Whatever.
今回もいい実験データを持って帰れ
This
そ
will
う
be spicy.
Bravery
Bagpipe is
shall
retarded
overcome
strong.
evil.
I don't think people realize, too many people rely on her, can you see it? Just for this talent right here. And I think that, like, I get it, but bagpipe
Bravery
is so
shall
much more than that
overcome
talent.
evil.
Like, she actually might just be able to completely lane hold this.
Tactics sharpen the mind.
Like, here's what we're going to do. We're going to put Hoder behind her for security, but I bet she can lane hold this whole thing.
It's not my wish to take lives
Actually, we're going to do Mire.
精密機器は貴重なんだから
Just as planned.
Tactics sharpen the mind.
Charge your skill. Come on.
そっとボディが壊れたらスペアを作れ
That
ばいい
was...
さ
These guys have res. That's annoying.
Tactics sharpen the mind.
Like, if I know what chapter you're on and like what your issues are, I can like probably tell you what your best bet is.
Sharpen the mind.
I mean, if your account's relatively new, your best bet is always like the base meta, which is kind of boring. Like, my general advice is to... So here's... well, I'll talk about that in a second. I think the best thing to do is to kind of split your attention between raising, like, doing stuff for the base, leveling ops for the base, and then leveling ops for your team, and not just doing... Because if you
Looks like
only
you
just
had
go
a
for the
good rest
base
today.
to maximize that right away, then you spend like a month doing really boring stuff. And it probably takes like a month to get like full base meta. So it's better to just spread that out over like 6 months. But definitely you should be like always thinking about optimizing your base. Man, it'd be great if I had one more hope. But there are some interesting defenders. I need to build the new 4-star. Who I might not even have her on this account, Lutanella or whatever her name is. We're gonna take Spot. We're just gonna be cheap. I'm not headed for any special ending. So I want to talk about Bagpipe because everyone uses S3, and I think a lot of people don't actually know. Again, people get lazy. They just rely on one thing. S3, when you use S3 on Bagpipe, it's because you want Bagpipe to face tank something. S3, the problem with S3 is that it has a 33% uptime, which isn't bad, right? But the thing is that even though you get that block +1, that's kind of a scam because Bagpipe won't actually reliably lane hold with S3. But she completely reliably lane holds with S2 because the SP cost of 4 is so retardedly cheap and this skill hits retardedly hard. And if you have someone like a Sculptor, it supercharges her to like level 11. Like she can main DPS stuff, although with skill 2, she's not very defensive. You're on it. So did you complete episode 8 though? Because episode 9 unlocks when you also get episode 4. So I don't know if you like skipped over all that other stuff. I'm actually going to use his skill 3. It is his better skill. Unless we get specific artifacts that make that pretty cracked, and we have some healers. And actually, that allows him to heal as well. This is really good for just showing how cracked Bagpipe is.
War never changes.
Just let her solo everything.
Discipline strengthens the will.
You know what? We will. Come on, Hoder. 1v1 me, bro.
Injections ready. Prepare for battle.
これでいいだろう。
Tactics
There,
sharpen the
we
mind.
beat this stage. I don't know why people don't default bagpipe to skill 2. It really is like skill 2 for everything except for if you have to face tank something. Because she actually has better DPS on skill. I did the math. She has better DPS until her charges run out. Even when her charges run out, it's still decent. But this hits, well, you kind of need a buffer. I guess it doesn't hit harder if she's solo like this.
Save lives.
Episode 4 is open. Yeah, so you're really on episode 4. You just unlocked episode 9. Episode 4 is the beginning of the mid game, and you know when I mean that's the point of the account and why I started doing the streams. I want to chop up stuff to come up with like how to think about stuff. So right now I can kind of do ridiculous things that don't require a lot of strategy. That's kind of the appeal of being end game. Like Bagpipe can go in like solo Crown Slayer, right? Like it's just kind of an absurd thing. But like there is still like I'll explain logic behind stuff that I do. But a lot of the videos that I do are to kind of like cover common mistakes with positioning. And actually, Phantom's a really good fight to explain some strats. Maybe I have to think about, like, maybe I have to get NTR in this run so that I can explain split boxing. But split boxing is really valuable, probably even mandatory to understand at a certain point. And that there are, like, there's also looking at stages to intuit things.
The battle has begun.
So, like, on this stage,
Be
we can't
careful,
deploy
everyone.
anyone at the top, right? But if I had weaker units, this guy might pose a threat. So generally the best strat for a stage like this is like, how can I get, like, this here is an obstacle. If I deploy a ranged unit here, it's just going to take damage. And if I have a strong account, maybe I don't care. Maybe I have a Nightingale and I can just tank through it and go, who cares, ignore the damage. That's the Unga Bunga idea. So like, powerful units give you a greater window for error or time or how precise you need to be with something. No, it's not. Split boxing is super easy, and I'll show you how. I'll show you how to do it, like, guaranteed. But, like, I can... Meyer's not super powerful. She's E1. Pretend this is like a cruise, right? You get some early damage here. I can even deploy, like, a Roboter here for cheap. I really don't need to do this, but I'm just going to do it to explain like what you might think about like strategy wise, right? But again, like when you look at a stage, you should be able to a good design stage in Arknights, and this isn't always the case. Most of the harder stages are you have to guess and check a bit. There's like not a lot of clues, but we have one blue box. We know all the enemies are going to head here. We know we're going to need the most amount of block here. We can set up a kill zone. We know that the enemies are generally going to route this way. And you can even, if you want to, here's what I'm going to do. I'm even going to set up like a spot in a strategic location. I'm going to put my spot, if you click on here, you can see its range. I'm going to set up so that the enemies get blocked here. And they're not going to get caught by spot, I think, unless I put them here. And then we're going to put Bagpipe here in order to be the actual damage, because they're not going to get caught on Bagpipe. And then Nightingale's just going to take one for the team. Oh, they are going to get caught on Bagpipe. Man, their little route there was lying to me. We're going to do that, just to be sure. We'll wait for...
Bravery shall overcome evil.
Oh, they killed the dog. They killed my dog! Actually, you know what? We're gonna put Hodor back here.
Order acknowledged.
Benevolence shall save
I thought they were
lives.
gonna... I would have put these in a different order if I knew they were gonna intersect with this. Because the line showed them going through the box here, but they're actually going, like, lower.
Seize the moment. The battlefield's all around you. Where do you think you're running?
Discipline strengthens the will.
Firewatch S1. So Firewatch is, I don't know if I would describe her S1 as broken. It's like it has a powerful ability, but the overall effect is not super strong. Because the problem with Firewatch is her DPS isn't that great, and she targets low defense units, which can be useful. Like, it's not that it's useless, it's just if that's not what you need at the time, like, she's generally going to preface anything that's not a boss, and invisibility is the strongest against bosses. And so that's not necessarily a problem, but it does make her a tough sell long term. But I do think that people should always be thinking about, do I really want to do that? I don't, because my Mire is like not leveled at all. She is E2. She's E2 for her base skill. Oh, that's really good for Hoder. But yeah, like Firewatch S1, I think Firewatch is interesting. Oh, what the hell? Which one do we want? Emergency op? We want the emergency op. And there's no... We got to do the bottom lane. Minimize that. I've cleared everything. I think there's a few Inferno stages that I haven't done because I want to use my own strats. And I limit how much maulding I do because my least favorite thing in this game is to optimize. So, well, it's not true. It's a specific type of optimization. So when I have to optimize through trial and error, I hate that. Like, I want to be able to know... I don't know if we can... This is going to be hard. I know this stage. This stage is infamous. This is probably going to be wolves. I don't think we're high enough to be bears. But I don't have any true AoE. But I do have Bagpipe, and Bagpipe is pretty cracked. I also don't have any especially strong... I don't have any especially strong ranged units that I can abuse this with. But what I might be able to do...
Same battlefield, different day.
Tactics sharpen the mind.
Oh, it's the duck. Never mind.
Bravery shall overcome
I wish I had a slower. I'm only going to get like a few hits on the duck. I guess make them count.
Don't doubt.
Bravery.
Sense pride by Ember.
Just as planned.
Should I have explained that? Now that I'm thinking about it, I probably should have said something about what I was doing there. So you guys were kind of asking a bit about strategy, right? Like, you kind of just witnessed it right there. This, you kind of want true AoE for this stage, which I don't have, but I do have fast attack on Bagpipe. I had Mire. I totally didn't plan on having Mire. That was improvised. But I knew that, I thought it was going to be the bear guy, the guy that one punches you to death. Luckily, it was the duck. And so I deployed Hoder and set up a mine, because the mine has a fragile effect that's pretty powerful. And then I set up the dogs back here, because I knew that I could nuke when they were running this way, because I know that their path goes all the way back here and then around, like this. And so I set up all four because they have AoE and a decent amount of damage. And then also the dogs were helping to prevent leaks behind Bagpipe.
Benevolence shall save lives.
H11-4. No, I did H11-4. The only thing that I haven't completed all the H stages for is Chapter 9. And that's because of the pillars. And I'm like, I could like look up a thing for this, but I feel like the Inferno stages are like, you don't want to look up guides for Inferno stages, but I don't like the pillar mechanic. I just don't. It's too annoying because there's too many options that you have to think about, and unless you know exactly what enemies are coming and how they're routing, it's hard to plan around it. Caster operators. That's good for Golden Glow. A sniper. Do we want normal cruise or alter cruise? We'll take alter cruise. Why not? She doesn't have offensive. Oh man, we might. No, we got Meyer. We're good. We're good. We're chilling. I was gonna say, is this run over for me?
Hi everyone, I'm here to slack off.
But I have Meyer. We are cooking.
We're heading out.
So there is a hack if you don't actually need to have all 5 lanes on this blocked, but you do need to have units. Like Bagpipe is pretty good at this, and I'll show you.
War never changes.
So when you deploy Bagpipe
Orders, please.
this way, it allows her to kill the units in this lane as well. But you do have to have enough DPS to not leak behind her, and hopefully to not have to deploy anything here. But my Bagpipe is probably strong enough to like completely solo lane that, and we're literally going to do like the same thing with Hoder. And we have like no DPS in the middle. I'm not sure where I'm more concerned about leaks, but I have Robotters, so I can kind of get away with a lot, to be honest. Just because I happen to bring
Don't doubt your own judgment. The battlefield's all around you.
Where do
the
you Meyer.
Think you're running?
Bravery shall overcome evil.
And then I might have to put one here or here, I don't know. But I might not even need these guys. That's just for assurance. H11-4 is brutal, though, I will say. The Steam Knight, the Inferno version of Steam Knight. But you know what's the hardest thing about that stage is not the boss. It's the trash.
Tactics sharpen the mind.
Like the initial trash spawns on that are like their stats are insane for trash mobs.
Bravery shall overcome evil.
Eyes blind by hatred.
So here we are directly comparing Hoder to Bagpipe, and Bagpipe is just like, she's so good. It's stupid how good Bagpipe is.
He will not come to harm.
Freaking Hoder. I don't know why. Hoder just makes me laugh. He makes me happy.
We can have a good rest today.
Oh my gosh. This is super good for Hoder. You have no idea. Sniper and medic. Well, our medics are pretty cracked right now because we have Nightingale and Ansel for backup. We'll upgrade crews. Why not? Which one is this? Recruitment without any... Oh, come on. Alright, we'll get the ingots because maybe that'll matter. We're definitely doing this. One does not simply do IS-2 without falling for the sarcasm bait. Oh, this would be really funny to do with Myers Roboters, but they might kill them. I don't know if I don't think I can get them out fast enough, but it would be really funny to deploy like the Roboters as quickly as possible.
Yes?
Well, we'll see. This might be a bad idea.
精密機器は貴重なんだから
Ow. That hurts. That really hurts. Yeah. That's gonna... We don't have the time for it. I was gonna say, how funny would it be if I could deploy like the Roboters and just nuke everyone?
Orders, please.
Order acknowledged. Enough. Time to end this. Don't doubt your own judgment.
Don't make any more noise. Oh, is it? Here I am. Oh, is it my turn? 精密機器は貴重なんだから
Can I really do that? I didn't think you could place mines when someone was on the spot. I don't know if I have time for this. Is he gonna wake up? Or are we gonna get him?
Discipline strengthens the will.
A single military victory means nothing in the face of what we're putting a stop to. This is
6
just a
life
nuisance
points.
we've
Okay.
put aside.
Medic. They keep... What is with... Man, all the runs I've done, they keep giving me medics. Why? I could do Aya. I could do Cal C. I kind of want to... Who's good at demonstrating split boxing? I mean, theoretically, I can do it with anyone, but... Yeah, for sure. Like, Monster is not good at demonstrating split boxing, but she is good at killing Phantom. Like, if you want the cheat code to killing Phantom... Like, if people are struggling with IS-2, ending 1, the cheat code is to borrow a Calci, because dodge only works on arts and physical, but you can't dodge true damage. And so you just don't even bother tanking him. You let him get to the top left spot. Then you use Monster S3 and just nuke him in like a few hits. And I feel like it's a waste to spend any... We're just going to take Lancet. I'm going to save my hope. And hope that I get something good here. This'll work. Yeah, Bagpipe is my vote for best operator in the game. But it's just because of like everything. It's not one thing. It's everything. That's why she's so good.
取り扱い注意
俺は別盾を持ってるのも疲れるんだが
This is the battlefield. I shall protect you.
And we'll reclaim those.
ただのロボットじゃないよ
It's not really ideal, but... Give me
I shall
Hoder.
protect you.
任せる
Forward!
任せる
My power is all yours now.
Please make sure you follow every detail on the plan. All right,
everyone. Now spread out.
I like that my roboters are regenerating now.
Discipline strengthens the will.
That's pretty funny.
Don't doubt, Run. The battlefield's all around you.
1v1 me, bro.
You're running.
He lost. Actually, it's not really 1v1. It's like Mayor and Cruz and Orchid. I don't think I could say that's 1v1ing.
Go ahead. Stop them now.
That's not what I wanted. That's what I wanted.
No matter how difficult the battle gets, I will always...
30% healing and receive. Is this new? I feel like I've seen it all. Defender or supporter, supporter. We're definitely going to go with the other one. We can do a Sculptor, or I can get a Jessica. Jessica or Sculptor? Ooh. Jessica's really good for split boxing because she has it literally built into her kit. So one of the things about Jessica that's unique is you can solo split box. And with NTR, which I can't select from this, you can solo split box with those too. What do I have? 1, 2, 3. I don't know. I honestly wish that we got IS-1 because I never got to play it, and everyone has ranted about how good it is, and Kobe is probably my favorite character in the game. That's like why I have this right here. Oh, this will be cake.
他の人と一緒に戦うの？戦いの相手は誰？
Yeah, I would really like for
our footsteps.
whatchamacallit, for IS-1 to come back for sure.
Forward! Benevolent shall save lives. じゃあ、この宴会の歌に耳を傾けて。
Order acknowledged.
Discipline strengthens the will. Orchid, ready to move.
取り扱い注意! This is...
Discipline strengthens the will.
怖がらないで、同胞たち。すぐに着くから。Benevolent shall save lives.
Seize the moment. Enough. Time to end this.
I'm a little disappointed he's only hitting for 9,000.
I shall protect you.
So Milnar is definitely good, but I don't use Milnar very often, and it's because I like to go into stages and figure things out and improvise more than optimize. And so having meta units helps me do that better, but once you kind of have solved the stage, you don't have the opportunity to just figure things out because you already kind of know how things will go. You have a strat that you know it'll work, and then you can always like downgrade units because you have a better, more optimal path in mind. But I think that optimization is more of a test of knowledge than skill. And most of this game is more of a test of knowledge and skill. But one of the things that I like about integrated strategies is that I kind of wish there was more randomness to it. But like I wish the enemies, for instance, their spawn maybe was randomized. Or like on ARPGs, how you might have elites that have, you know, slightly randomized abilities. Stuff like that that you had to react to. Maybe the blue box wasn't always in the same spot. Because you can definitely fall into like you just do the same thing every time in integrated strategies for the most part, and you just don't know maybe exactly which stage you get, but there's only so many different variations. So I kind of wish that there was a bit more RNG, but that type of RNG, not just like, you know, less
but it can buy you a moment of
how shall I say, like how you get operators randomly, a certain amount of that is okay. But if it were like too extreme, then it becomes frustrating and time wasting. So there's like a bit of a balance with RNG on that side. But I really think that the way to know if somebody's actually good at the game is to just see them play it live, because you can see the mistakes or like the thought process. Maybe it might not even be a mistake, to be honest. You can fail a stage due to no fault of your own, but still have been able to beat it. Like that can be true. Oh, we want extra choice for sure. Medic, sniper, supporter, caster, automatically promoted. Well, who are they going to give me? I mean, I could totally like trivialize Phantom with that. But maybe I'll be a bit more interesting. Favorite version of what? Doing Arknights. I don't want to kill Phantom with Typhon. That's like too cheesy. It's too it's not that I'm opposed to it, it's just that like I had mentioned split boxing, and I would prefer to kill Phantom with a split box. Oh, look at that. Arknights is immediately useful. Oh, IS-2 is my favorite, and it's not even close. So, like, I never played IS-1, and I wish I could. But the reason why IS-2 is my favorite is because whenever you get... How shall I say? So, for instance, in this, if I leak, it's just -1 life. It's not -1 life and I lose light levels, right? And the reason why that matters is because, like, the light levels accumulate to give you, like, debuffs that, like, basically are semi-permanent, right? Like, there are some ways you can get some life back, but in general, it's for the most part permanent, and the debuffs your ops get are permanent, and there's no pro to having that. The only well-designed aberration in IS-3 is the one that forces your operators to activate their skills automatically. Because on one hand, it makes you suboptimal with activated traits, but on the other hand, it can be kind of cool and convenient, and you can say, oh yeah, now I don't have to think about my Myrtle, she just activates her skill on her own, or, you know, you deploy like anyone with a spam skill, like Arknights S2, right? When you get that aberration on her, and you're like, this is awesome. You know? So there's like that trade-off. But that's the only one that has a trade-off. In this, when you get a hallucination, which is the equivalent of aberrations in IS-3s, they apply to the enemy. So if I lose health, they lose health. Maybe it's not good for me. Maybe it makes things a little harder or different or weird. Especially if I don't have a healer, it can become complicated to play around. But look at this guy. He's losing health, right? And so it's like, it's fair. It's a trade-off. And IS-3 doesn't have that. The aberrations are just a negative, except for the one that automatically activates the skill. And I don't like the direction that went. The other thing is, in IS-2, the bosses are harder than IS-3. But the random stages are easier. In IS... is there anything I can do about that? I don't think there is. I think they're going to get away with that. Boo.
Standing by.
福音が指先に集まる。
I mean, whatever. I get that for free.
So long as it turns out well, a little pain's no big problem.
But in IS4, they like ramped up that same effect even higher, and that's why like IS4 feels like a chore to me, because I think the people that like it are because they always use the same operators, and I like to use different operators. Like I don't always use Hoder, but I've been using Hoder lately because he's amusing and I haven't used him a lot. Amiya. Do I want to use Amiya? Amiya is technically good against Phantom. I don't have any other casters. Alright, whatever, we'll take Amiya. But like in IS4, you have the folder tools or whatever is the only way to deal with your collapsal level, but the collapsal levels are a global debuff. And so I could understand if the higher your... I feel like if they made it so that the higher your collapsal level was, the more folder tolls you got, then there would be that trade-off. But that's not how it works. The folder tolls are completely RNG, and if you leak, it turns into this domino effect because your collapsal value goes higher, which then makes you more likely to leak. And again, if the collapsal levels gave you bonus experience or something like that, there would be a trade-off. But in general, you just don't want to have any collapsal level. There's no advantage to it. And so I don't like that game design because I feel like it lacks risk versus reward. Like, I feel like there should be a situation where you go, I could lower the collapsal value, but I'm not gonna, because I can use this mechanic in some way. And so IS2 is the only one that has that with the hallucinations. And the hallucinations aren't tied to whether or not you leaked something. Like, you get them no matter what. It's not... It's not indicative of how you've played the mode up until that point. I might actually have to deploy her like that.
Forward.
Roger. 現には3つの選択が、敵には3種の苦難があります。私を厄災扱いしないで。誰にも死んでほしくないの。私を厄災扱いしないで。誰にも死んでほしくないの。現には3つの選択が、敵には3種の苦難があります。
Standing by.
I'm actually gonna...
歌の音はあなたたちの心に染み込んでいくわ。
Oh, snap.
This is the back. 現には3つの選択が、敵には3種の苦難があります。I know what you're thinking.
Freaking Amiya. She's just machine gunning everything to death.
I shall protect you.
And a lot of people don't understand Amiya's kit as well, which makes me a little sad. Like, people get suckered into using S1 forever. S1, the reason why S2 is bad is because of Elite 1. Amiya becomes pretty cracked at Elite 2, especially Elite 2 Pot 6, because her talent allows her to generate SP at an insane rate. And so it makes this skill, which is otherwise not worth it because of the cost, it makes it charge so quickly that even with her 10-second downtime, like, her DPS is 20% better than Aya's S2. But Aya has the Res Shred on her S2 and the AoE. That's only considering single target, and that's only considering 0 res enemies. So it's not that she's necessarily better than Aya, but it is at least interesting that she, at least in raw damage numbers, outputs more, and that's with the 10 seconds taken into account. Well, that seems like an easy choice. Defender. Oh, we can take Jessica now. Our solo split boxer. I don't think this is anything good. It's been a while. I mean, we have the Urginium for it. It's gonna be, yeah. I can put Arquetto on ground tiles now. It'd be funny if I could put Jessica on range tiles.
On the line and ready to roll.
I don't need anything else.
ETA 6 mics. Teki o hakken.
Forward!
Order acknowledged.
じゃあこの宴会の歌に耳を傾けて。獲物を見つけました。
Discipline strengthens the will. Discipline strengthens the will.
Actually, no, that's not the right one.
あなたたちの心に染み込んでいくわ。
Incoming. Get ready, everyone. My power is all yours now.
Gen の振動を感じて。
I shall protect you.
Don't doubt. The battlefield's all around you. Where do you think you're running?
Got it.
A single military victory means nothing in the face of what we're putting a stop to. This is just a nuisance we've cleared aside.
That's worthless. I'll take. They give us so many. It would be nice to have a. Well, not a therapist. What are they called? A wandering medic. But I think we'll be fine without one. Boon. Yeah, we'll go for this one. This stage is a little annoying, but we have this stuff for it, I believe. Probably do that though.
Embers will hide our footsteps.
My speed and I, bravery shall overcome evil.
獲物を見つけました。
Do they have taunt or something? Why was she targeting a guy over here when he was closer to the blue box? That was weird. I don't know if I've seen that before.
Order acknowledged.
Bravery shall overcome evil.
Oh, is it mine? You're going. Got it. 怖がらないで、同胞たち。すぐに着くから。With all of you behind me, I won't take a single step back. ゲンには3つの選択が、敵には3種の苦難があります。
That's really annoying. Come on.
Don't doubt your own sense deprived
Die.
by Ember.
Roger, be advised. Target eliminated. Are you afraid of me? In position, be advised. Target eliminated. My speed discipline strengthens the will. Orders, please.
Really?
Oh, is it dead? You're going. Everyone believes in me.
I'm gonna leak a few. That's annoying. It's this like perma-freeze. What the hell, man? Come on. They might have tweaked this. I've never been perma-frozen on this stage before. I feel like they modified something in an update there.
Our heads are still sitting on our shoulders. As for them...
Well, I don't know. That was emergency stage. Maybe it was a weird condition. That's not helpful. Eh. Guard or specialist? Well... we want... Oh no, that was an emergency. This one is, though. I don't really need spot for this.
What sights will the doctor show us?
This will be a little entertaining. I actually have a pretty good...
Follow your orders! Move out!
I have a pretty good option here for, maybe we want her down here.
Terrain data collection complete. No. I won't let you take enough. No. I won't let you take another step. I promise them.
Are they actually going to... That's annoying.
Roger.
Yeah, that's what I thought. It'd be better if Dorothy was E2, because I'd get her module effects and her S3, which has AoE. But Dorothy is really funny against Phantom as well. Holy cow, I thought Arquetta would kill those before they got there. They definitely modified something. I played the crap out of this, and those balloons should have died before getting over here. And these guys have, like, what's with their freaking hit points? Because that was with, I mean, a E1 Sculptor, but still a Sculptor.
Forward! Benevolence shall save lives. Strengthens the will.
That's fine.
ゲンには3つの選択が、敵には3種の苦難がある。
Stay down and you won't get hurt any worse.
怖がらないで、同胞たち。すぐに着くから。
This vibration can change the result.
Same battlefield, different day.
福音が指先に集まる。
No, I won't let you take another step. I promised them.
Don't doubt your own judgment enough. Time to end.
You're going. Benevolence shall save lives.
Killed that duck.
Be it school or the military, I've still seen
Alright.
worse.
What do we got? Originium, collectibles, medic and snipers, auto recovery. This would be good if we had more of those. I mean, I'd get like 18 out of that. Entering non-combat. Additional recruitment. Vanguard medic. We don't have enough for that to matter. We can promote someone maybe. Nope, we can't even promote someone. Special plaything, that's fine. Boo. This stage again, huh? Are we gonna have the same problem as last time? That's so annoying. We're gonna put Odor on S1. Oh, I got Dorothy, though. Dorothy might help a bit, because those mines... Oh, actually, I just thought of something.
We're heading out. Remember, mind your cover.
I'm an idiot. I just remembered something.
Forward. Discipline strengthens the will.
Do you remember that artifact where I can just deploy I don't know if I'm gonna get the DP though. Oh, come on. I'm still gonna end up leaking because of frickin' that. Come on, kill it, kill it.
I'm headed into the thick of it.
Alright, have a good time at work.
Tactics sharpen the mind. In position.
Going to do that.
Don't make any more noise. Tactics sharpen the mind.
Terrain data collection complete. The slightest vibration can change the result.
Roger, we're drawing the bead on the target.
The sand will reshape the land.
Benevolence shall save lives.
The sand will reshape the land.
Standing by.
Order acknowledged. The battlefield's all around you.
The sand will reshape the land.
Roger, well, don't come any closer.
The sand will reshape the land.
Here I am.
No, I won't let you take another step. I promised them.
Roger will requesting permission of fire.
Eyes blind by hatred.
to fight to the very end. That's our destiny.
I still have Sculptor D1. That's a little annoying. And Jessica.
作戦の意味なんて興味ない。
Actually.
黙ってやるだけだ。
バニラ、皆さんのお力になれるよう精一杯努めます。
The battlefields is an extension of the
So the easiest
laboratory.
way to do like this stage is to have something that can kill these guys pretty quickly. And in this case, it's Bagpipe.
Sharpen the mind.
We're going to use her a bit like a fast redeploy. We're also going to get Vanilla out here just for DP. And now we can deploy like
Terrain data collection complete.
that.
Stay down
And
and
we
you
want-
won't get hurt any worse.
To kill these two guys.
I won't take a single step back. In position, drawing a bead on the target. 命令が経験だけに頼るものじゃないんです。Roger, Wilco. 獲物を見つ福音が指先に集まる。空気の陸地乾きすぎね。経験だけに頼るものじゃないんです。福音が指先に集まる。Roger. 弦の振動を感じて Everyone believes in me. Shh. Don't make any more noise. Oh, is it red? 評価をお分けしません。弦には3つの選択が、敵には3種の苦難があります。
Stay down and you
I
won't
don't
get
know if
hurt
he
any
eventually
worse.
goes this way. I don't know his exact route. Well, that's annoying.
My speed and I hail from Victoria.
The sand will reshape the land.
弦の振動を感じて
Stay down and you won't get hurt any worse.
福音が指先に集まる。ご命令を。With all of you behind me, I won't take a single step back. Roger, well, don't come any closer. We may have achieved a perfect victory, but we still can't let our guard down.
Do deployment. Defender. Hell yeah. Upgraded Jessica. Oh man. And they're giving us E2. What would be interesting? I don't know if I'll use Viviana, but I'll take her.
I, Viviana Droste, shall wield candle and blade to win victories in your name.
So brief explanation of split boxing.
Yes?
Well, I guess it'll work better demonstrated.
私を厄災扱いしないで。誰にも死んでほしくないの。獲物を見、弦の振動を感じて。じゃあ、この宴会の歌に耳を傾けて。
Discipline strengthens the will.
Leave. This is my last suggestion.
Roger.
弦の振動を感じて。歌の音があなたたちの心に染み込んでいくわ。なめて放つ。
This is the battlefield.
I hear someone crying. My power is all yours now.
The way I'm set up is actually not ideal for split boxing. If you split box Phantom, you want to do it generally on these two squares, but I have Viviana to attack him while he's here. And so what you could do is you could deploy a Jessica either like that and put her shield here. When Phantom hits the shield, he phases through onto Jessica, but now he's caught between the two. And so he can't actually... I mean, I guess when his skill comes back off a charge, maybe he can. But typically what ends up happening is that they'll get caught on one of the two blocks, and you'll be able to attack them the whole time, and that removes his dodge. When he's blocked, he doesn't have the dodge anymore. Jessica's not really ideal for killing him, but she's also unique in the fact that she has her own shield deployable. You can do something like put a bagpipe and like a Hodor here facing each other, so that when he phases through one, his summon will get caught on the one behind it. So like if bagpipe's here, for instance, actually it'd be better to put Hodor here facing this way, right? And the other unit here facing this way, because they're going to phase through. It'll spawn the summon. They'll have to kill the summon, and then Phantom will lose his dodge, and he'll proc a bunch of elemental damage, which can be a problem. Like, that's the biggest danger of not having like a therapist here. But that's one way to split box. The other is like this. So if I put Jessica here, for instance, right, and an enemy comes and gets blocked by her, say enemy gets blocked by her, at this point, right, these enemies, well, this guy's kind of in a weird situation. It's better when there's just a single lane here. But like this enemy, he's in between these two boxes, but he's only being blocked by one person. So if I deploy someone here, he becomes split boxed. So when somebody said that split boxing was difficult, it's actually super easy this way, because it's whoever you have deployed, when they get blocked, putting anything on the next tile, forcing them to be in between the two, makes them split box. So let's say this guy has like a stun. If he stunned Jessica, he would instantly become blocked by whoever was here. And so that's typically what split boxing is used for. It's used for enemies that have a stun, making it impossible to block them with just a single unit. And generally you don't want to have like a long trail of operators for them to get caught on and just stun the next one. So assuming the cooldown on their stun is longer than the duration of the stun, you can indefinitely block them just with 2 units. And that's like the concept of split boxing. Jessica's special because you can literally do it like this, and now they're split boxed. That's one of the things that made Jessica so good, is that she can solo split box. NTR does the same thing with S3. If I had a Neural here, and these enemies came in and they became blocked by Neural, and then I use S3, the one thing you have to be careful of is you need it to actually go where you want it. So generally you're going to do this where there's literally just a single lane. So like if I put Neural here, for instance, and these guys are coming this way, her shields Actually, I think it can go behind her. No, it can't. It goes in like a triangle like this. So it would go onto this square here every single time. So you could put Neural Alter here facing this way, and if Phantom was coming through here and phased through her, you could actually have her S3 activated, and he'll get stuck on her sword. And so she can solo split box him as well. And her range goes long enough to hit him here. If you don't time it right. And it'll deal true damage, which he can't dodge, but she'll be blocked anyways. If you deploy Neural here, and she's just hitting him with normal hits while he's here, he'll be able to dodge that. Because it's only true damage when she's when it's blocked by her or her shield. But what we're going to do is we're going to try and do a split box with Hoder and... we're going to try and do a split box with Hoder and...
My power is all yours now. Don't come any closer.
And whatchamacallit, and Bagpipe.
The sand will reshape the land.
ゲンには3つの選択や敵には3種の苦難があります
Forward!
Same battlefield. Different.
This is like so much overkill.
Take flight.
Oh, we still want her out, actually.
I won't let you take another step. I promise them.
But if they... Oh, I should have... I forgot to activate her skill. But I probably won't need it. Oh, I forgot to have him on S3 too. That's going to be a problem. Well, it probably won't be a problem, but... Yeah. No problem.
Standing by.
弓を引いて狙いを定めて放つ
Stay down and you won't get hurt any worse.
Why obsess over rhymes? Poetry is
But again, the
only
other
the
option
thread
could have
of
been to have
ideas.
Viviana here, and I should have triggered her skill earlier. And when Phantom's just standing there, you can activate her skill, and she'll just annihilate him. You can also put, like, Surtur here or here. This is out of the range of his AoEs, though, so you don't even need operators here if you can kill the shield guards with stuff down here.
My power is all yours now.
And you don't even need ops as strong as I have for, like, that strategy. Again, it's just how much time do you need, like, if you have, like, a healing defender, you can put them here, and you can have, like, a healer down here where they're not going to get hit by the AoEs when Phantom's here, and place them facing up. Or, ideally, a therapist will have the range to cover these two tiles. And you just put DPS on either square facing inward. And so, Phantom, the easiest way to kill him on a low-level account is to split box him here, and to just deal whatever chip damage you have here. Because the other thing is you can put like a Fartooth here, or a Schwartz, or even an Ifrit, although I don't know if Ifrit will kill him, maybe with S3. But the two snipers I mentioned, Fartooth and Schwartz, they can ignore dodge on their S3s, and they have the range to just hit that tile. And then Typhon as well, Typhon S3, but again, I could have gotten Typhon, and I was like, it's kind of a boring way to kill Phantom. And I did mention split boxing, so I'm like, I'll show it. I'll think of a way to show it. So again, Jessica's good because she can solo split box, so can NTR, but typically you just do it with two operators. And the easiest way to set it up, if an enemy phases, if you have any two operators next to each other, they just split box themselves. But the easiest way to set it up is when a guy just comes and gets blocked, boom, he's blocked. Now he's split boxed. So you just deploy whatever your other blocker is after they become blocked. Skip that.
I hope you didn't run into any trouble, Doctor.
The name's Rope. Nice to meet you. Oh,
Here's your ID card. Don't.
That's what I thought. It goes down to 7. I need to farm for this though, which probably isn't going to happen tonight. But I had mentioned some other topics. I don't know if there's any live viewers right now or not. I don't see any chat activity, but there were some stuff that I'd mentioned about starters. I will go through a little bit of what I think is like optimal for new accounts, like goals to have, because it's something that's for on my other account for sure. Concerns me there. Are these all? I can't replace them yet. That's that team. Need to get them. Oh, shoot. Misclick.
Not bad. The airflow here feels refreshing. Thank you.
I don't need too much room here, but this place could use some decoration.
Oh, that is all of them.
小さい部屋に閉じ込めるのはやめて。
Come on.
怖いよ。
この部屋を断罪するのは
Yeah,
難
we'll
しい
throw
のよ。
Shining
I'll
in
be
there.
fine. So long as I have a quiet place to be
And
alone.
then trust.
実は
So,
私なら
I don't know how many people know this, but during the morning reset, every single unit, including in the dorms, gets a trust bonus. And so when people talk about trust farming, the reason why I always say that's a huge waste of time, every single one of these operators gets trust. And obviously, you want the most efficient ones working. Their trust gets maxed out eventually, and you don't really get any benefit from having them working trust-wise. But your dorms, if you don't have anyone that you need to recharge in your dorms, if you put them with operators that need trust, they get that bonus once a day. The difference between that and this, these operators get that same bonus twice a day, and if they are in the dorm, they get that on top of it. So this bonus here does stack with the same thing as having them either work in the base or be in the dorms in the base, and then this one gets roughly double the amount that these get. I mean, the amount that they get is roughly based on all of your dorms, which you would think would mean that it would be, 4 times, but it's not 4 times. It's like maybe if you take it all and add it up and divide it by 2. That's how I feel it works. Because in my low-level base, this felt like it went the same speed as the others. I didn't really notice a big gap, but on this base, this one goes pretty much twice as quick as the rest of them. But you can just cycle people through here whenever you want to build up trust, and this goes way faster than what you can get from burning sanity. But then even just putting guys in the dorms, like a lot of these ops I haven't really had in the base to get this sanity. It's just from cycling them in and out of the dorms. And so pretty much everyone's always at over 100%. But the it doesn't even show the ones that are maxed out. I have to scroll down this way. But I would say most of the ops I have have their full trust bonus. I mean, anyone that I actually play with for the most part, unless they're really new. So most of my ops have the full trust bonus. But I don't know if everyone knows about that, about, passively getting trust just by putting guys in the dorms. And they don't have to be charging morale or anything, they just have to be in there. But it's only in the morning reset. The evening, the trust bonus that you get there is only for the guys in the control center. Specifically, the assistants here. I haven't had any especially efficient days, but that's fine. This is also, like, if anyone needs a reference for what a pretty well optimized base looks like, I mean, you can kind of look in here. 252 bases, when people show those off, the production can be a bit inconsistent because they can show off having like tons of LMD and like 50k instead of 30k, and they'll say it's more efficient. But when they're getting 50k XP here, they're running out of gold bars. And so eventually they have to switch their production over to making more gold bars, and then their XP production crashes. So it can be a little disingenuous. This is like always what my base makes no matter what. And the maximum amount of time that anyone's ever going to spend in a dorm is 6 hours, because it has the full 4 morale per hour. So fully drained, that's 6 hours to full charge, which means that you can do your rotations more flexibly. So if you don't log in like at precise times or whatnot, your base efficiency doesn't crash. So I am an advocate of the 2-4-3 all the way. But my my newbie base is going to be 2-5-2, because I don't have these Rick squads. Like, these are highly optimized. Like, this is like the optimal combo that you can have in there, because Caper gives a 40% like on her own, and then Cantabile doesn't give as much of a bonus, but she allows you to reveal whatever clues you don't have. Gives you a bonus to that instead of having to swap out for, specific Rhodes Island or Glasgow or Ursus, Student Union, Penguin Logistics. Like, you don't have to put ops in to get the missing clues. You can just have Cantabile in there. And so, if when they're on cooldown, then I might put like Absinthe in there, but I'm not going to raise in Absinthe just to get this skill at higher optimization. And was there anything else about the base that I can talk about? Oh, some of the convoluted skills. This is a pretty cool combo. I'll show you in the factory here. There's different versions of this. A lot of people are probably still putting Eunectes in the control center. You only get 1.4 if you do that, and you have to put 2 robots into your power plants, and that means you're losing a little bit of drone efficiency. It is a cheaper combo in a way, because I have the same operators built, but I also built a Gray Altar, because Gray gives me... Where is he? Gray Altar here gives me the full... So every 10 max drone capacity, he gets 1%. So he's doing like the same efficiency as like Liskarm, right? In a 2-4-3 base at least. And he gives the same benefit as having 2 robots, but robots only have 10%. So I'm literally losing 20% efficiency by using the Eunectes combo with her in the control center, and then Passenger, because Passenger has a pretty weak bonus versus Eunectes. So this, even though this isn't +2 like I would get with having the robots, Eunectes' skill is twice as good as Passenger's. So I use that combo. It's a little bit more expensive, but I still get the 1.4 benefit from that. This is my alternate combo. This is not right. That shouldn't be Fartooth. That should be Silence. I misclicked.
This place still feels like home.
This is like expensive and not that amazing, but it's a B combo, and it gets me 95. It's pretty easy to get like 90% for gold, and but the first objective that people have should have is getting over 75, and then trying to get over 1. But when my main one is on cooldown, which is the Rosmontis combo, that one's pretty cool too, but pretty high investment. I mean, that one can go even higher than this if you go like crazy with like optimizing the Nian siblings in the control center, but that's kind of a pain in the ass. I think I get 1.1 out of a lazy version of it. But 0.95 is pretty good, and I already had these ops raised, so Dorothy enabled it. Mizuki allows you to do a cheaper version of this that gets you 90%, because he can use like any standardization Bravo. So like tons of operators that are low rarity have that, and so Mizuki plus 2 standardization Bravos gets you 90% for way cheaper. And this is my one of my XP combos. There are technically ones that go higher, but it's kind of like my highest efficiency I still have on LMD, just so that I can rush production on LMD on the trading post without having to put any drones into gold production. My gold production is like really solid. And then my XP is a little less valuable, so I don't optimize it as hard. And my best combo is, I think it's 1.0. This is 0.9 with low rarity, which is still pretty good. Oh, did they just finish? Minimalist is good. Oh, I can swap them out so you can see it. So Conviction is really good to raise. Conviction has amazing skills. This is good right here when they're in the dorm. Conviction will help recharge one of the other operators that's in there as well. And this is a pretty large value. And then this is also like, you can't, like 35% for battle records is really, really good. Feeder is kind of an expensive option to choose just for XP records, but you know, whatever. And then Minimalist as well. I literally built like Minimalist just for his base skill. But with that fully developed base, he also gives, I think, 35% or maybe even 40. I'm not going to do the math on it, but it's just tied to your base upgrades. So if your base is fully upgraded, then he's incredibly efficient. But he does have to be E2, which makes it kind of expensive, and he's not like incredible in combat. But that combo produces, oh, it's 1.1, so that's a pretty good value, I would say. But it's kind of expensive to build operators just for Rick. Conviction is a no-brainer, though. Everyone with a Conviction should E1 him. Like, not even maybe. And like on my newbie account, if I had him, I would probably actually be using him in my squad. Because deploying him is a little janky. He has that stun on deploy. But his S1 is still pretty decent. And again, his Rick skill is just incredible. And you don't have to spend much for it. So build your Conviction, or at least E1 your Conviction if you haven't. Or if you don't have him, then you'll get him eventually. I think he's guaranteed every April, and then once you have him, you don't get dupes. I do need to
a very nice room.
do I have
Is this room protected against electrical discharge?
That's
We
fine.
need to keep away from the electronics.
I hope you didn't run into any trouble, Doctor.
So I think that some of the operators that people really should build on new accounts, like I really messed up by not doing this. I can prove it. I have a level 1 gummy. And one of the stupidest things I ever did with my account was not build gummy because not because of Supa, but because I thought Neural was cool and I didn't like her design, and so I was like, I want a Neural. I'm gonna go for a Neural. And I was able to progress pretty far. I think I got to chapter 5 and I was so arrogant. And I was like, man, I haven't needed a healing defender. Like, why would I even need that? It's not even a problem. And then I started coming across stages where you could not, there was nowhere for you to deploy people, and even like, I'm pretty sure I was beyond Melantha, but like the operators that I had that I would deploy like Melantha, the enemies were strong enough to like kill them. So I actually needed to have a healing defender. And so I panic built Spot, and I literally built Spot because I was avoiding building Gummy. I built Spot just to not build Gummy. And it was so stupid. I should have built Gummy as soon as I got her. But I was stubborn, and I was like, healing defenders will never be necessary. They'll be convenient maybe, but not necessary. You have to have one. There's so many stages where you are limited on range tiles, and like even an operator like Mudrock who can operate independently, like if you might have a range tile that you actually need, but there's no place to put a healer by them or something, and the only way to heal them is with a defender. And so it just becomes a huge liability. And the problem with Spot, the reason why he could not replace a Gummy, or for that matter a Neural or Saria, which is pretty obvious to people that use them, is because there's like a long cycle time. So while his skill is up, sure, he does his job great, but then you're waiting that 40 seconds. And just having a healing defender there to top off your units works so much better, because you don't have to wait for like this brutally long time, and Spot could just not carry me through chapter 5. And I think I might have spent yellow certs to get a Knurl or something. Like I did get a Knurl and I built her as soon as I got her, but I was just being stubborn for no reason, and I could have had so much less headache if I just built a freaking gummy. And now that I am building 4 stars, because I want to be able to theory craft on strategies with lower tier, like I have a mouse, and I'll probably raise her up more. I'm not going to do her skill 2, because who the heck uses her skill 2? The only people that use her skill 2 are like people that just do 4 stars. What else are they going to spend their stuff on? But like I built a cutter that's like completely maxed out, and like I'll probably build like at least one of each class a 4-star, like the good ones, so that I can, because one of the things I want to demonstrate is that the power difference between 4 stars and 6 stars is smaller than I think most people realize. Because what you get, how shall I say, the main thing that you get when you go to a 6-star is greater versatility, and so it is easier to use them effectively without having to optimize. And so in that regard, you can say 4 stars are weaker, but if you go down to like the math level, the gap is not as big as people think. So when you see people do clears with 4 stars, and you're used to playing with all meta ops, if your experience with 4 stars is like E1, that's not the same as E2, max level, max module, mastery. So like those are still powerful units. They're not weak. They're weaker, or in some cases maybe only arguably weaker. I mean, it's why people like Cutter so much. But like, let's look at her S1. We're paying 11 SP for 4 attacks at 340%. And her base stats over here, we can kind of just think about that in the back of our head. The main things that we're losing with 4 stars is, compared to 6 at least, not 5, 1 talent versus 2. So that reduces their versatility just by the nature of they only have one talent, right? And not having a 3rd skill. So any 4-star that has 2 real skills like Cutter tend to intrinsically be more valuable. Because if this were attack up Gamma and all she had was this skill's still pretty good, right? But she would be way worse because this attack up Gamma would be kind of shit, right? But the fact that she has 2 real skills is part of one of the things that make Cutter so good. Her talent's good. Her module's mediocre, but whatever. It's still nice to have the extra stats and a little bit of armor ignore. This here is mainly for when she has to hit stuff and you're not using her skill. But for the most part, that's not incredibly valuable, because even though she does have to hit stuff a decent amount to get skills off, she does enough damage to hurt things that aren't really armored, and you have to use her skill still to kill things that are armored. So it makes a little bit of a difference on her vanilla hits, but if you were to compare this against just Sculptor buffing her or Warfarinning her or something, it's like a drop in the bucket. But the fact that the upgrades on this and how cheap they are improve the SP talent, that's what you really want. This going up to 36% is like a substantial upgrade. Because I think the average number of hits that this takes to charge is 7. So keep that in mind. We need roughly 7 hits for S1 to trigger. Now if we compare that to like Chen, right, S3, right, her bonus is a little bit smaller. She does get the stun. We don't have that, right? 10 hits for 30, right? And she has a unconditional SP every 3. This is also with module upgrade. I don't have level. What's it at level 3? So she would get 2. So 1.5 every, or I guess it would be 1.5 seconds per SP, right? Yeah. And so it's unconditional, which is nice. She gets the second talent. This is the main thing that she just gets that Cutter's not going to have. Does Cutter have better base stats? Cutter has better base stats. Oh wait, she's not max level though. 725. So Chen has better hit points and defense. Hit points kind of matter. Defense also is not negligible, but let's compare attack, because for dual strike guards, attack is still their most valuable thing. 725, because I think Chen is slightly pre-nerfed. 727. So if Chen had the module upgrade and max level, she would have more attack. But like, that's crazy, right? You're basically getting 300 and some odd more hit points and like 75 more defense, which is a good amount more defense. But like, the main thing with the DPS is their attack value, and Cutter's attack value is very good. And so Chen's actually, she's kind of like pre-nerfed in a way, because she has this talent that gives her more attack and defense. And so they just, instead of just not having this and having something else, like this could just be physical dodge plus 10%, and she could have just had better stats. You know? It's kind of bullshit that like her attack is so low, because like I think even Bybeak, what's Bybeak's? 769, and that's it. You know, max potential. My Chen's not at max, so that is playing a role there as well. She could get 23. She would still have way less without the talent affecting anything. And so there's a lot of 4 stars, right? That like I can activate 3 instances of Cutter's S1, and that's like for the same price as activating this once. And the difference now in the damage is like, it's really at this point in Cutter's favor. The reason why Chen is still more powerful is not because of that, it's because of how you can combine her with other units. So obviously this talent here batteries other offensive SP units, including obviously Cutter, but like it could be Arquetto, it could be Meteorite, it could be Hoder S1, it doesn't really matter, right? But the other thing, it could actually even be Warfarin S1. But the other thing is, if you are like, Chen is really her strongest thing is to Warfarin, to use buffers like Warfarin or Ock, right? And under those conditions, right, you get way more of her attack bonus while that buff is up. Because if you put it on Cutter, you're going to get 1 skill off, and then she has to charge her skill with normal hits, and she'll still have the attack bonus during those normal hits, but you're probably not, like, you can very efficiently use this under those conditions when you're buffing her. Because the goal when you're buffing Chen is to one-shot something. You really want to only have to activate this skill once, 1 skill, 1 phase, with a Warfarin buff. And so that becomes, like, convenient. But like her S2, which when she came out, that's what everyone uses. This skill was always overrated in my opinion, because hella dropping her, she's super expensive. 23 DP to kill like 6 trash mobs. That's dumb. And against a boss, it's like okay damage, but nothing special, and then that's it. Right, and then people would retreat her. I always thought that was dumb. I don't know why this skill was ever so popular. It was never as good as people made it out to be. I mean, I guess it looked cool in videos or something. I actually think this skill is better. This skill is super underrated, because she's always going to generate, at Mastery 3, this drops down to 4, and she's always going to generate at least 1 SP with this skill. At stage 3, this is probably going to hit every 3rd hit, right? And so you get a pretty good damage bonus and a okay stun every third hit, that's pretty good. And if you put her in a Sculptor buff, then this becomes really, really, really efficient. And so I actually think that Chen is kind of underrated, but I did want to show you that, like, even though Baibeek is considered one of the best 4-stars, there isn't actually a huge power gap. If somebody does a clear and they're using a Chen, chances are you could have done something very similar with a Cutter, and it's a 4-star, but it's not actually impressive. And so, like, if we look at some of the other 4-stars that are popular, like, I need to build a Pinecone because everyone knows she's good, and I like her design and everything. 6-stars keep coming out. I keep getting them. I keep building them and testing them, you know. But I do want to have these other ops as well. Her talent's kind of trash, right? But the whole thing about this archetype that makes them intrinsically strong is the trait. Just straight up, the fact that they do 150% to enemies in this front row here, right? That means, and they get a pretty decent attack value. I wish I could show you. I mean, I can. The one that I have built is Chen, who's maybe, you know, not the best comparison. But if we got Pinecone to max investment, she'll have close to this attack value, somewhere around 800. Maybe it's like 780. I don't know. Whatever it is, even if it's like 750, no, it wouldn't be that low. Spread shooters have because that's like geek levels. Hers goes up to 850, so maxed out Pinecone I would think is probably around 800 at least. I'll be shocked if it wasn't. And so even just their vanilla hits are gonna be true AOE for 1200 damage. You know, and then her skill is multiplicative, and so she has good buffer synergy. And so again, not talking 4-star only, but like if you have someone like a Sculptor that's good for anyone that has these types of skills or bonuses, and you have this leveled up all the way to drop the cost down. Oh, it even ignores defense. That's crazy. I mean, we're not going to compare to Chalter, but we will compare her to, I don't know, like maybe Arketo S1, you know? Like, I don't know what this damage is fully upgraded, but it's true AoE. She does have, you know, we're trading fast attack for true AoE, and this is auto recovery instead of offensive, and we can store charges and spam this, which the worst thing about Pinecone is literally having to just click the button to activate the skill. I wish that you could toggle, like I wish manual skills allowed you to click and toggle them to auto. I think that would be awesome for this game. I don't think that should be true with auto skills, but I think all manual skills should be able to be toggled to auto to just activate as soon as they come up, if you want it to be like that. But like Arketo, who I absolutely adore, right? Not true AoE, and isn't stacking that 150%, right? This is just like her raw output, right? And she doesn't have the same attack value. So she attacks faster, but she doesn't have the same like armor piercing. She doesn't have the 2 sets of multiplicative damage, and she doesn't have true AoE. And she's a 6-star. But she does have 3 skills. One of them extends her range. This one is pretty cool. So like she has all this versatility. So Pinecone lacks the same kind of versatility as Arketo, but she can still compete with her. So with 4-stars, there is a little bit of like being smart with the tools that you have, but as long as you understand what they are, there really isn't as much of a power gap as a lot of people think. But since I have waxed a lot about Arketo, I do want to do a brief demonstration why I think she gets slept on. Because I think that some of the stuff she does is pretty cool. This is a stage I use that I call like the lane holder test. And generally, if you can put like a healer and an operator on here, or in some cases if they have self-sustained, just the operator, if they can kill everything, if they don't leak anything, then they can lane hold, right? And it's a pretty basic test, but I used it because there's just one spot here. And most people don't think of Arknights as a lane holder, but she kind of can lane hold. It's actually kind of ridiculous. That's hopefully I don't like fuck up a timing or something. This isn't actually that hard to do. But she will not leak on this stage. Pretty sure those guys require a skill. So one of the things about this skill that I had underestimated when I first got Arknights is that I didn't realize when it said it hit 5 times, I didn't realize that meant it hit the same target 5 times. And so the damage output of this skill is higher than Exusii, at least on the initial burst. Once you run out of charges, you know, Exusii still has, her skill is time-based versus charge-based. So it is mechanically a little bit different, but she gets the 40% bonus that does go multiplicatively with any buffers that you have. And it will hit up to, I think it's 15 times. You get 5, then 4, then 3, then 2, then 1 hit, right? All for 140. And that's if you're maxing, that's like at maximum efficiency, which you won't always get, but it still does like a shit ton of damage. But it does require a lot of interaction, so this skill is not especially popular because you have to click her so much, a bit like Saga. But if you manage that skill, she can like kind of lane hold, which is pretty wild. Because if you go to like Game Press, they don't talk about stuff like that. They talk about like how you can use it to extend her range, but like who cares? Like if you want longer range, you just use a longer range operator. Or an ambusher, for that matter. What is it trying to tell me here? Content updated? What's updated? I already did this. Is that what they wanted to tell me?
I hope you didn't run into any trouble, Doctor.
I also mentioned, to prove my point with Bagpipe.
I hope you didn't run into any trouble.
Since I had mentioned this, I mean, I mentioned this like hours ago, but, Bagpipe. S2 versus S3. So I had mentioned that S2 was better for lane holding. This doesn't require level 90. This is all about like the mastery gains and dropping Bagpipe's SP cost on this from 5 to 4. At skill level 7 to M2, Bagpipe can't lane hold with S2. But like when you get her skill to M3, when you get it up to M3, like the heavens open up and she like you unlock this like new god tier of Bagpipe lane holding. And again, I want to show you that like the one block on her with skill 2, it just does not matter because she literally just one-shots everything. And even when enemies stack up, the multiple hits have a chance at proccing her talent. This one right here. So this talent procs really often because she has a fast attack speed already, and her S2 does double strikes. So that makes this like, even though it's technically RNG, she will never leak on this stage. Never, ever, ever. And you'll see like a bunch of units come in. You'll have like 2 or 3 guys here at one time. She'll still kill them all. So she's like almost AoE. Not quite. If you get enough guys with a lot of hit points and her charges run out, then it becomes a little less reliable. But I mean, even in IS2 with Hoder, like Hoder has 2 block, and even he could like leak stuff. And Bagpipe is probably more reliable than Hoder. See right here, you see how the guys stack up? Even when she was level 30, at M3, that was not an issue.
Benevolence shall save lives. Benevolence shall save lives.
Right, and then no problem. She has no problems clearing this. And I could replace, like, a Sculptor is optimal because of how it synergizes with her kit damage-wise. But, like, I could put a Warfarin in there or even just a normal healer. It wouldn't make a difference. And now we're going to switch to S2, and this is going to be super hard. Because I'm going to have to work with, like, timing when to do it and when the downtime is. And even though her talent proc is good, like, the downtime of 40 seconds and having to rely on just her normal attack speed without a low SP skill and charges. Because, like, think of her skill 2 as like an unlimited skill. If it just was an unlimited skill, people would cream their pants and be like, this is so broken. How is this allowed? And, like, how often do you run out of charges on it, really? So it's not technically an unlimited skill, but it's functionally an unlimited skill. So I hear that right there with those two guys, I'd gotten a talent proc for an extra hit. Which right now, because I'm not doing multiple hits, is RNG. Now I will also say skill 3 becomes better with levels. Skill 2, if Bagpipes, you know, like level 30 or whatnot, level 40, 50, 60, I mean, yeah, it gets better. But if you could get Bagpipe to like level 120, level 170, like if levels were unbounded, I mean, it would be absurd. I don't even know what XP that would cost. S3 becomes better the more base stats she has, because the, like, see, I have to like kill this guy before other people show up. But if I'm at a lower level and it takes me those extra hits and these guys can stack up, and see, I just got a talent proc there again. RNG is in my favor today. If they can stack up more easily, then I'm forced to use the skill. If she can just kill them fast enough without me having to activate the skill, then having the skill becomes more viable. The issue is how much RNG do I need for her to be able to lane hold, and how many guys can she just vanilla attack before I have to activate this skill? Because at a certain point, I'm gonna have to have that downtime.
Bravery shall overcome evil.
So now I have to survive 40 seconds without leaks. And I literally just got lucky with procs. That really should have been a leak, but her talent procced just in time. Which is what I was saying. Like, with levels, this skill becomes better in comparison to skill 2. Because how much of her attack you're getting from, like, a buffer like Sculptor becomes diluted. But also, like, the speed at which you kill guys with just your normal hits without needing a skill drops as well. I got so lucky. Oh my god. Without RNG, that wouldn't have been possible. But again, I had to work for that. I had to work for that, and I had to get a little lucky. And so, that's why people should default Bagpipe to skill 2. But when I was saying that Bagpipe's main thing with skill 2 is defense, there is a perfect stage in this game for demonstrating that. So, we're going to do this stage to show off... I'll actually make a squad for this. We really want to demonstrate the power, like where you optimally want to use Bagpipe. S3, this situation.
What do you need?
And we want... sniper. to think about what I need for this. We need healers.
I'm very familiar with that.
Oh, I don't have this on.
What do you need?
Healers. I have to think about the setup. I know I'm going to put Bagpipe, Texas. We need a lane holder up top. Something that doesn't require supervision. Oh, we could just do Mountain. So I have to think about what I have. Archers. That might be all we need. I'll take one more lane holder just in case.
The law itself has no power.
I think that'll be enough.
For enforcers.
Again, the point isn't to show off any of the other operators. This is literally just demonstrating a feature of Bagpipe here.
Got it.
We want that.
Target marked.
Prayers are unnecessary.
Got it. You can't stop me.
Oh, I might have fucked up deployment order there.
Let me create a diversion. Forward. Initiation complete.
Flourish or perish. Your life is mine to protect.
Initiation loading complete. Bravery
So Bagpipe has to just be able to survive these hits, and it's no problem. Right? It's no problem because her defense is 1,412. I mean, that's with the buff from this square. But Skull Shatter's whole thing is having high attack in that second phase. And, oh, I just realized this is not practice. What was that? Oh, so this is supposed to be practice.
Target confirmed.
But if you're going to use Bagpipe to face tank, that's because, I mean, like, she just shrugs off the damage. It's a total joke. She's a defender. So again, Bagpipe, why she's so good is the versatility. Her damage with this skill is good, but there's plenty of people that can do damage. But the fact that you have one operator who can generate DP, you can retreat and get their full cost back, synergizes amazingly with Skalter, and then you can even face tank if you have to. Like, and she makes other vanguards better. It's like you can main tank with her, you can lane hold with her, you can kill bosses with her, you can use her as a vanguard to generate DP. It's like the only thing Bagpipe can't do is kill drones. Something that ironically is funny that Hoshi could do, because for a long time there were no defenders. Defender Knights players for a long time had no way to kill drones except for Liskarm, and that was always a bit sketchy because she doesn't have very good attack. And now there's Jessica Alter, and there's I feel like there's someone else too. I'm brain farting though on defenders, but like Hoshi can hit drone. Well, drones have to hit her, but Hoshi's S2 will kill drones, and I think that's funny as well. So I totally burned sanity to demonstrate Bagpipe on Skull Shatter, and I could do other bosses too. It's just like Tallulah is not a good example. Lower level bosses aren't a good example because they're just way weaker than Skull Shatter. Let me think. Patriot's not really designed to be tanked. Like, she could easily tank his phase 2. She can't tank his phase 1 by virtue of the fact that she doesn't have the hit points for it. Actually, if you buffed her hit points, there's some operators that you, like Sculptor S1, might be able to make her survive that for a little while. But you could tank Patriot's phase, his second phase, with Bagpipe using skill 3. Although her damage would be a little mediocre against Patriot. Because again, her skill 2, like if you like Warfarin buff her, then her skill 2 will actually do work. And even though you'll run out of charges, it still has a low SP cost. So this skill just has good DPS all the time. It's nearly an unlimited skill unless you're fighting bosses. But this is by like a huge margin her best lane holding skill. And I see tons of people use this skill by default because they don't even know how, for some reason, they just don't even know how good skill 2 is. And skill 2, I will always fight, it's not that it's her better skill, it's just the one you should use more. Because this should be for specialized situations where you know exactly what it is you want to hit. And in general, it's when Bagpipe's getting hit back. I mean, it doesn't have to be, but like if you have other options, why would you use Bagpipe for this when you could use like NTR skill 3 if you're doing basically the same thing in setting up? Because now their armor just doesn't matter. Your armor is irrelevant. So yeah, that is kind of a lot of why Bagpipe is like the best operator in the game. So many people like waste just using this on Flagpipe, and so many people waste always having Myrtle and never understanding that if you're not actually crunched for the DP she provides, other Vanguards give you utility that allows you to fail stages a little bit less, except for when you actually need that DP. And usually when I do, like typically my default squad for a long time was Bagpipe, Texas, and if I needed more DP, instead of replacing Texas with Myrtle, I'd just add a Myrtle and I'd have Texas, Myrtle, and Bagpipe. All of them. But like I said, I really like Vanguards. Inez is the closest thing to power creep we have on Bagpipe, because she's crazy strong, but she does different things. So the only reason I say power creep at all is because now you kind of have to decide if you're going to bring 3 Vanguards. For me in the past, it was like the easiest decision ever. It was Bagpipe, Myrtle, and Texas. Now I have to consider 4 Vanguards, Inez. But I do like them as a class, including Siege, who I now have M9'd, like I said. And this skill right here, let's talk about Siege. I had mentioned, let's look at Myrtle. Let's do this. Myrtle, skill cycle is 30, right? 30 for 14 DP. And she costs 7. Siege costs, right now she costs 9. If I get her max pot, that's kind of a ridiculous thing to have. But I think I'll get max pot on her eventually through recruitment or something. You never know. But at the same potential level, which isn't really realistic, she'd be 8. Even at pot 1, she'd be 10. But she can block, and she has decent stats. And even though these aren't amazing, I just want to show you skill 1. We're gonna feed her some enemies to get DP. And we're gonna do like a DP race on the same stage. So we need a Siege, and we need a
Is this battle inevitable?
Myrtle.
There's a mission? I wanna go!
And I need something that actually Mountain will work just fine. So we'll start with Siege.
What a pain.
Oh wait, that was dumb.
A fatal
I need
error
to
occurred during the operation.
I'm so used to
Reboot the
doing
system
this for
busy.
damage and not measuring DP. Why is that? No. Just regular. So I'll put a Siege down.
What a pain.
And then we're going to put a mountain down to catch the enemies because we just want to measure DP. So she got one skill off. And we need a healer probably just for siege.
Arch unit charging.
One kill and 2 skills. Three. Four.
The balance your lives hang in.
5. 6.
The balance your lives hang in.
7. 8.
Chooses its worthy wielder.
9. 10. 11. She's gonna get 11. Let me pull up a calculator. So her skill generated 132 DP in that stage, right? Now let's compare that to Myrtle, and even if we say she costs 3 more, we'll take that into account. 132 minus 3, 129. We're gonna do the exact same test with Myrtle. We're gonna count the skill activations, and
Ever inevitable.
I have to get serious now.
so that was 1. 2. 3.
Serious now.
I just realized I should have used a different medic besides Telopsis. She might skew the results here. I don't know, maybe people always use Telopsis. Telopsis is going to give an advantage to Myrtle. That's 4, because she does have a lower total SP amount. So the SP battering that Siege has is more heavily weighted towards kills, 5, versus passive SP regen. So Telopsis is actually giving a pretty huge advantage to Myrtle here. But hey, we're doing science. 6.
Today, little apple.
7.
Guys, initiate loading complete.
Actually, I didn't have to put her here either. 8.
Have to get serious now.
She's going to get 8. Alright,
Those who refuse to surrender don't
so
deserve
Myrtle had
mercy.
8 skills, so we had 129 for Siege. Eight times 14, 112. And that's taking the DP difference into account and giving her an advantage with Telopsis. So when people say that Siege is completely power crept, totally irrelevant, Flagpipe is the meta, only use Bagpipe, how many leaks do you think people are getting because they are stuck with a Myrtle, they can't activate the skill? You know, like there's a lot of information that people just accept as dogma, which is Siege's S1 is trash, but Siege's S1 is the closest equivalent to Myrtle's flag skill. It still gets charged by Bagpipe. It's automatic, so you don't have to remember to activate it, and she doesn't lose the block. The only thing you have to do to make up for her DP deficiency is feed her a handful of enemies. It is a super high investment because my Siege has a level 3 module, you know, but that's because you get that 3 SP. And when you're talking about why Bagpipe's skill is so good, giving you 8, if you feed her 3 enemies, that's a bagpipe talent +1, you know, and then you can keep getting that over and over again. And on top of that, this feeds an additional SP to another Vanguard. So if I use a Siege and a Myrtle, every time Siege kills something, she feeds an SP to Myrtle every time, and that improves Myrtle's DP efficiency. So I do not buy that Siege is shit. And that's the top of the iceberg. This goes deeper. The other thing is, if we're talking this skill right here, the biggest difference between using Siege as a DPS and anyone else, I'm thinking of a good demonstration. We might go back to Skull Shatter here. That's not Skull Shatter. Practice this time. We want Siege, Hammer.
Tell me, is this battle inevitable?
Yeah, we'll keep more. We'll just have shitloads of DP. We want a Warfarin.
Wait, I need to prepare
And I
my
think we
equipment
want a
first.
Shamare.
仕事わかった
Actually, no, we want a Suzerain.
せっかくの作戦に出るチャンスです力の限り頑張ります
Okay. We'll see if I can make this work. It's a practice permit, so... And I don't even... It doesn't even matter if I leak stuff. I bet Bagpipe can just... Oh, shit.
Don't worry, you got me.
I need to change Bagpipe's skill.
I'm more
I
tired.
guess if Bagpipe could just solo that spot,
I
but...
apologize.
I need her to be on the right skill. The skill everyone should be using by
Assuming
default, skill 2.
leadership, Team will hereby carry out.
But you should still mastery both, don't get me wrong. Otherwise, that's why Bagpipe's good, because she has two good skills. Alright, we're going to put her there. We're going to do a... I don't have a Sculptor in here. Oh, I should have...
Let's begin.
Give me
Awaiting,
DP.
cut them to pieces.
Good scenery here, Doc. We're counting on you again today, little apple.
No, whatever.
加減はしますよ
Do that.
Target
Do that.
marked.
We're gonna do that.
Commence treatment. Discipline.
まとめて
We're counting on you again today, little apple.
What a pain.
獲物を見つけました
Flourish?
Discipline strengthens the will.
ドクターさんどうぞ変わりありませんか大丈夫ですか
Oh, we need you to go a little further.
Are you ready? Lost.
I'll be right there.
Your life is mine to protect.
So the way you get value out of Siege's S3 is because she has multiplicative damage scaling. And like, if I did this with most guards, she wouldn't hit as hard. Right? And so generally you wouldn't use Siege to like face tank something that's like not really, that's like a Bagpipe specialty. But like, people really underestimate the power of this skill because you have insane scaling with it. So like, yeah, I could go crazy with a buff army. I could add a Shamare here. I could add a Sculptor. right? But I didn't want to do that. I wanted to do like something kind of realistic, at least with buffing, where I'm not building a whole squad around it. So I call this like a mild buff squad strategy. And what makes Vanguards one of my favorite classes is their versatility. Like an op like Bagpipe, all you need is a Sculptor and she becomes like a Dreadnought. She's like a Mountain and a Neural in one. She becomes like this absolute juggernaut with good defense, crazy DPS. Her vanilla hits hurt. Her skill is almost permanently on uptime. It's just insane, and you don't generally have to manage her health at all. But I just wanted to bring that up. Like Siege S3 is not a bad skill. I think people sleep on these sorts of things all too much. And again, I understand that Skull Shatter isn't the most fearsome threat in the game. I just knew that this would be really easy to set up, and that she would, that you could see the numbers for yourself, just like the damage numbers. So like you could use her to put hurt on Patriot. You just can't use her to face tank Patriot. And so because people kind of fall into these habits for how they play the game, they leave what I call like a lot of power on the table, which is just dismissing this as viable. But like, let's say you're not necessarily a new player, but like if Siege is what you have, how do you actually get your value out of her? I think that's more valuable to most people than who's highest on a tier list. Because if you have a Siege, you can build her and you can get a ton of value out of her, even though so many people say she's a waste of time, she's bad, she's power crept. I mean, okay, if you play a very boring version of the meta, that's, I guess I can see where people are coming from with that. But like, it's so fun to just beat the shit out of guys and just deal 6,000. Like just with Warframe, she's hitting for 5k, 5 to 6k, and I will say her SP lockout, not being a thing because of her talent, is also pretty good. So another thing that I should mention, like synergizing with Warframe will not SP battery her when her skill is up. I tested that. It's unfortunate. It's super tragic. It made me cry because that would have been super awesome. But it still does help charge, because any of the kills she gets when her skill is down, she'll get the 3 from her and the 2 from Warframe with Warframe's module. So you can charge the skill very, very quickly, right? And any kills that she gets, she just gets from her talent. So she's getting 3 SP for kill, but not the 2 from Warframe. So she has semi-SP lockout. And that's something that, like when I said I had a crazy amount of knowledge of this game, most people don't know Siege doesn't have the normal SP lockout when her skill 3 is active. But very few people know that she technically still has the SP lockout, just not from her own talent. So Warframe is not batterying her, and I'm literally showing that on the screen right now, but her own talent still procs the SP. And now her skill's almost up again. And so is Warframe's from the kills. So is Siege bad? You tell me.
Complete.
Anyone that watches me, build a Siege. See for yourself. Draw your own conclusions.
I hope you didn't run into any trouble.
Was there anyone else I wanted to talk about that I think is super misunderstood? Dorothy's pretty misunderstood. She's cracked, but I feel like people are kind of discovering how cracked she is. I thought people were sleeping on her, and then I saw like some survey that somebody posted, and Dorothy was ranked like ridiculously high on it. I was like, oh, maybe people discovered how, especially her module. So I want to talk about her, why her module is so good. Her module adds this right here, 20% to deploy traps that deal double damage. That's literally just a 20% damage boost. Sure, you could say it's RNG, but the fact that she has multiplicative bonuses on everything, I'll get into that. She has multiplicative damage bonuses on everything, and you can see which traps do double damage. So I don't know how much you can plan around that. It doesn't really matter. This is just nice to have, though. Even outside of that, this right here, this bonus goes from 2 to 4%, stacking up to 10 times. So this is a non-conditional, just straight up. It goes from 20% attack boost after having 10 mines activated to 40%. Like a permanent 40% attack boost on any operator from a talent is nuts. And when you combine that, that multiplies with this 20% chance that they deal double damage, right? And then because this is arts damage, that means we don't have to take armor into effect. But this is 350%, right? So that's and of a decent attack if you were to compare her to like a caster. I guess it's a little less than a caster, but she also has a fast attack speed. Her normal attacks do physical damage. But let us demonstrate. I am pretty sure I don't need a blocker here. I think she can 2-op this, but I don't consider Dorothy necessarily to be like a lane holder candidate. But she is able to kill bosses in a very similar way as Typhon. You just have to click more buttons to get it. Oh, that's... Why am I looking at snipers? So we want a Dorothy. And we're going to do a Sculptor.
Show us this time.
Right.
The battlefield.
Sculptor. Come on, gimme. Dorothy.
Data collection complete.
And you see how this has the flashing exclamation point? This one does double damage.
The sand will reshape the land.
5,000 damage on these guys. I don't think these guys have any arts resist. These guys have a lot of arts resist, though. These guys are very resistant. 1,000 damage. These guys are semi-resistant. But what's her attack? 800?
Monitoring intruders.
What's her attack now? 890?
Monitoring intruders.
Well, we just got a Sculptor buff up to 1210. We'll see where her attack peaks out with a Sculptor buff in there as well.
The slightest vibration can change the
1268.
No, I won't let you take another step.
And now she's at 1296 with a fast attack speed. That's just her forever damage, 1296. I think that's where it peaks out. And she's just going to shoot that now forever. And these do double damage.
Stay down and you won't get hurt any worse.
Oh, I shouldn't have had them like doubled up like that. So in general, you don't want the mines to chain unless it's like for some boss shenanigans. Like if you're trying to one-shot a boss with Dorothy, which you can absolutely do. But these are also AoE, and that you can also use them. See how this guy's ahead? Because they have that crowd control slow, you can also use it to bunch up enemies, making it easier to deal AoE to them. So Dorothy is crazy strong. It's almost stupid how good she is. And when she came out, people were like, oh, easiest skip of my life. I tried to get her and I didn't get her. I got her spooked and I was so happy because she had evaded me on her banner. But, yeah. I really wish I just knew some random stages better, because I think Hoshi's S2 is kind of slept on. Actually, I know Neural Light has a pretty good stage for Hoshi's S2. Because you can kill the armorless Union guys with this. The Nether Sea Spewers, or whatever they're called, you can kill with this. Oh, I know what I wanted to show with her. I can't practice? Oh, there we go. I'm not gonna clear this. I just want to show something really quick because I think it's funny. A lot of people don't actually understand how good Hoshi's talent is, and this skin allows you to see it. You see this little shield thing that appears? This shield is her dodging poison fog. Right? The talent here, 35% chance to resist damage. This isn't actually a dodge. Dodges in this game, dodge has specific rules. Dodge only works on physical damage and arts damage. Hoshi literally takes the damage, right? She takes the hit and just ignores the damage. And that works on everything. That works on true damage, that works on arts, that works on physical. So even though Nian does have the capability to have higher defense than Hoshi, Hoshi doesn't get the advantage that you would have against arts damage, because this is functionally, assuming you're not getting one shot, right? It's functionally the same amount of mitigation as 35% res, which is insane. And the reason why this is funny on this stage is because the poison fog will proc this ability right here. Attack plus 35% for 5 seconds. On this stage, that's just permanent 35% attack. Like forever. Her attack will just always be 756, which is actually pretty good for a protector. And again, this skin is really good because you can see every time her talent procs. And again, I didn't come here to beat this stage. I just wanted to show off the visual effect on that, allowing you to see how that talent actually works, because it's pretty unique. There are no other operators that have anything kind of like that, and I wish I had the video on here. There is kind of some reasons why it matters, but Nian's module is amazing. It's really, really good. And so Nian is now pretty easy to reliably tank Patriot with if you have her module leveled up. Prior to that, Nian would just get one shot by a phase 1 Patriot, and Hoshi could indefinitely block it. There's a couple other ways to do it. Like you can do it with Bubble because she has an enfeeble effect. That's worth mentioning. If you're ever watching 4-star clears and you wonder why Bubble, it's because of this right here. This right here is super strong. And what I want to show you is how you can get this effect on other people. I think this might stack with Enfeeble because they don't call it Enfeeble. I might have to test that. I might have to like do a scientific test on Bubble. And this gets that is her E2 effect. I have her at E1, right? Yeah. What's it at E1? 5%? So 5% is not that impressive. This won't allow you, I don't think, to tank a Patriot. But the reason why I bring up this being really good is because attack reduced happens before armor is taken into effect. And so if you have Patriot and he's attacking for 2,000 damage, let me bring up a calculator. We're just rounding out numbers. 2,000 times 0.08. That's reducing his damage by 160. So he's dealing 1,840 left over. And let's say we have, I don't know what the armor is with the skill up. Let's say she has like 1,000 defense. We're taking like 840 damage per hit or something like that. I think it's actually better than that. But I just want to go for like numbers, right? If we had like 8% more armor, right? What were we assuming she had? 1,000? Like 8% of 1,000 is just less than 8% of 2,000, right? So this is only worse when their attack is lower than your defense. But if you think about that, that never matters. That's never relevant. So because this applies to attack, this is just a better version of Sanctuary. Because Sanctuary happens after your mitigations are taken into effect. So for res, it doesn't matter because everything stacks multiplicatively. But with physical damage, this 8% is way, way, way more valuable than Sanctuary. Part of the problem with Sanctuary is that the effects that they have for Sanctuary abilities just tend to be too low for it to be worth it, because it only affects the damage that you're taking, that you've actually taken after armor and res. This also works on arts, because they just have to attack bubble to get this reduction. The other way that you can get that, though, is the modules on... I don't have a module on her. Praminix has a module. If you get the module on a debuffer, they get this applies 10% if enfeeble to targets for 2 seconds. So as long as they attack a target faster than this, which I think their attack interval is 1.5, I think. This pretty much means, and Praminix attacks 2 targets at E2 because of her this right here, right? And so what this means is that there's a high likelihood, if you have like a boss in her range, that they're going to be permanently 10% enfeebled, and the stronger the boss is, the stronger that effect is. And when you're considering, you know, tanking something with a tank, that minus 10% to their attack brings it a lot closer in general to where your armor thresholds are, and it's way more than a 10% reduction in damage. Like way, way, way more. I mean, unless you're already going to get one-shotted and it's irrelevant. But yeah, like this makes it way easier to stable tank Patriot if for some reason you want to do that. Not that many people do. I mean, it is pretty easy to set that up, to be honest, if I wanted to demonstrate it. Patriot. So we're going to do a Mulsi, Myrtle, do a bagpipe just to make it convenient, Mountain, Hoshi, Praminix, Scotty, Shining, Warfarin. I have to think about this. I need like any... Oh, actually, I don't need a Mulsi. I can use... Where are you? Beeswax. We don't need Mulsi. I need an Executor.
Infiltration successful.
Am I forgetting something? I don't think I am. I think that'll work. I guess I'll figure out if I'm forgetting something in the stage.
Oh, I have to get serious. Don't worry. You got me.
Get some.
Flourish or perish.
Call for help immediately if you're injured. Bravery shall overcome evil.
You have my blessings.
We're counting on you again today, little apple.
ここですね。任せて。空気の陸地に乾きすぎね。
Not one step forwards. Grief ever echoes in our souls.
So Praminix is literally our main DPS now. But the whole point of this is just to tank Patriots Phase 1, which is not really meant to be tanked, but there are a few ways to do it. This is one of the cheapest. I might have needed a Neural. I might have needed a healing defender. We'll see. We'll see if this is enough healing.
Agony, ever etched on our hearts.
But one of the important things here is that we're still kind of relying on... Yeah, see, Hoshi's health gets like really low on one of those attacks. It is possible for her to get one shot on this setup if I don't have Praminix here. Praminix is reducing Patriot's attack in his S1 enough for her to be able to survive this. And I think with the 4 stars and stuff like that, I'm not sure if they're using something to buff like HP pools. Because if there's one thing about Hoshi that I consider to be a weakness, it's that she doesn't meet the 4,000 hit point threshold. But everything else about her, I think she's like the best tank in the game for most things. See, she took all 4 hits there, and she had 200 hit points left. And if it were not for Praminix, she'd be dead. 100%, she'd be dead. So that's because of Enfeeble.
Grief, ever
Here come the bells. Cold winds binding my enemies. Simple and clear.
Ready for blood transfusion.
And now Patriot's actually taking damage when her skill is up. He'll get killed by Red here. Red's skill 1 is her better skill. I don't know why everyone used her skill 2. Her skill 2 is boring. It's just a stun that you can deploy, and there's so many other ways to get stun, and it's not even a super impressive one. I think that this is way more interesting because of her talent of basically dealing true damage, kind of. It's like in the worst case scenario, she deals true damage, which is a funny way to put it.
Hurry up.
But it is kind of funny to, you know, have her attack like Patriot or something with with all of his armor and be dealing almost 700 per hit. I mean, his armor's lower now, so she'll deal like even more damage than that. But the whole reason we have her is because of her armor and being a ranged operator. She's just here to absorb spears and her passive regen.
Your life is mine to protect.
But yeah, Hoshi just infinite tanking. Actually, she has aggro. So you see how he's shooting mortars and he's just taking damage?
Your life is
That's pretty
mine to
great.
protect.
So Hoshi, in a weird way, she has global range, but only for things that attack her. You could actually, you can use her to kill the child Amia boss in Babel as well, which is pretty funny. You can put her inside the beams where she takes damage, and her reflect is not damage that she takes; it's Hoshi's attack. That's the other reason why I like Hoshi's module. Her module here. This the fact that it increases the chance of proccing and increases the damage that she gets on the reflect, and if you put her in a Sculptor buff, that just like extra 200, it generally gives her enough attack to where the units that are actually going to hit her from range, like any global range enemy, they're almost always weak to physical and not arts. So when Penance came out and people said that Penance was gonna completely power creep Hoshi's Thorn's ability, I was like, no, because Penance's reflect is arts damage. We're looking for Armorless Union Assassin. mean, even if we just look at like archers, defense D, actually they have like no res. So a lot of the Casimir's guys are weak against res. Kobe is so good in the in Blemishine's event and in Neural's event. Kobe like shreds all these guys. Well, a lot of these guys, because a lot of them have low res and high armor. We're looking for Armorless Union, Nether Sea Spewer. These guys technically have global range, defense C, and Hoshi is one of the few people that can actually tank these hits. I don't know if she, well, maybe she can tank those. I haven't tested that. Let's see. Oh, we are in the Spewer range. Where are they? Are they a Stultifera Navis boss? I could have swore they were in Undertides. But maybe I'm wrong. These guys are pretty annoying too. Koshi's not like ideal necessarily for killing them, but I think in the latest CC, if I was more motivated, I might have posted like a Hoshi clear of that instead of using Lin. But I was not that motivated for that. That CC was not one that I felt inspired to do a funky clear of. Man, where are they? I wish I could search. Am I on crack? Like, did I pass it? Oh, there's more Seaborn down here. But not the Spewers. What the heck? Holy... Ugh. Where are they? Oh. Spear thrower guys. They have low defense and res and decent res, right? So, not the best example because they don't have global range, but these guys you typically use tanks on. Hoshi's talent helps kill these guys a lot better. And add a Sculptor buff on that, and she has like 900 attack, which, I mean, it's not amazing. Like, it won't get through heavy armor, but it will kill most, like I said, most of the guys that have range, they have low defense. And so you actually do more damage with physical than you would with arts. And she also gets 100% of her damage, not 50. So Penance gets a big attack buff, but only deals 50%, and it's arts. And a lot of enemies have 50% resistance in and around. Like, some have 0, and she'll shred them. But a reasonable amount of, like, enemies that you would actually care about that couldn't just be killed by anyone have between like 30 and 70% resistance is really common these days for just random enemies. And most of the annoying ones that might be attacking you have lower defense than res. And I cannot find the Armorless Union Assassins for the life of me. Like, these archers can be a bit annoying. And they have, like, no armor. And okay res. These guys, again, lower defense. This doesn't count, because they're, like, one shot. And then they turn into melee, but... where the heck are they? Like, am I on crack? I just don't see them at all. Maybe it would have been better if I just went into Stultifera Navis on a stage. I don't know why I can't find them. Is that an Intermezzi? It is. Are there spewers on here? Yeah, Nether Sea spewers. Defense D, Res A. Right. So using penances reflect on this, it does way less damage than Hoshiguma. And so in almost every instance where that reflect like matters, if we look at penance here, right, if we look at almost any instance where this reflect matters, where's the reflect? Oh, it's on the skill. The skills. I don't know, maybe it is on our talent. Barrier. Defeating against barrier. Attacked while... Oh, there it is. Because whenever barrier gets attacked, 50% attack is arts to the attacker. So this is like... It is a good talent. And her attack is higher than Hoshi's. But the thing is even when she's going full ham, that arts damage is... It's not as impressive. It's like numbers-wise higher, but functionally the enemies that are typically taking it, unless they're just melee enemies like beating on her, they might have low arts resistance, and she'll do more against them. But in general, if you're using skill 3, she's just gonna kill them. Oh, one last thing about penance that I wanted to bring up. Little known fact about penance is that you can dope her barrier. And anyone that has barrier can be what I call barrier doped. And we need Ak. Almost nobody does this. But again, I get curious about these things. Ak skill 2 gives you hit points. Right? So anytime you can increase... it gives her like a lot of hit points, right? Max HP and defense by 50%. This is without any masteries. I might mastery this skill because I feel like there's a way to cheese it. But what I'm going to do is I am going to give Penance an amount of barrier that she should not be allowed to have. And it's permanent, right? You can dope her barrier to go beyond the in-game limits.
Combatto non solo per difendere I principi della legge, ma anche il senso di equità e decenza che esistono al di là della sfera della giustizia.
Penance treatment.
So we're gonna battery that. Actually, we're not even gonna need to battery it because we're gonna get Ak involved here. Now, actually, we're just gonna do this. I might need a second activation because I think I needed to build up her barrier a bit to like actually dope it. Does it tell me how much barrier she has? I don't think it does. Because that's how much hit points she has with Ak's buff. But she keeps the barrier when that buff goes down. So this skill, see how it says it gives her immediately gains a barrier equal to 130% max hit points. When she's doped up with those extra hit points, she gets 130% of the amount she's doped with. And that barrier doesn't wear off when his skill turns off. And so we'll do that one more time. Just so that I can really like push it to the limit. And then she's still under the skill. Hopefully this skill will wear out. It kind of lasts a long time and we don't need her anymore. But I want to show you how small her hit point bar gets. Because it's absurd. Oh, it didn't show it shrink. I wonder if that's like the limit right there. But you're only supposed to be able to have 300%. That's way more than 300% barrier. Way more. So you can you can do some funny things with Ak and Penance, but anyone that buffs hit points for characters that have barrier, you can dope their barrier by buffing their hit points, even if it's temporary. The only thing that doesn't work on is if the barrier is also temporary. So like on this guy's kind of neat, but the trick doesn't work on him. On Zuo Lee,
I hope my meager assistance.
Zuo Lee's barriers, they're not permanent. They always wear out. So he gradually depletes after the skill ends, and lasts for 15 seconds. So I think maybe I don't know if the devs knew about this. I don't know if Chinese players were using weird shenanigans to cheese barrier. But I did want to bring up, again, because I like talking about the weird kind of quirks you can do in the game. You can dope barriers to be more than the operator's skills or talents describe. But what I do like about him is that his module upgrades make his SP recharge retarded. And we're not even going to optimize this. We actually want to deplete his hit points as much as possible. And then look how fast that charges. And because his barrier is what's keeping him alive, we don't even need our hit points. Like, they just don't matter. And as long as we keep him on the brink of death, this skill charges faster than his barrier can run out.
The situation, all balance held by the orders of Yan. All beasts hunted by the sons of men.
Who needs actual hit points? Not Zuo Lee. But yeah, he might as well have like a permanent 2 block and an unlimited S2. Because it's so ridiculous how quickly it charges.
From here on, tiny may a candle be.
I don't think we've had a single enemy come up, into his range while oh, there we go. The first time he was down on the skill. Second time he was down on the skill. But yeah, Zuo Lee is just 100% power creep on Helliger. It kind of makes me sad because Helliger, there were things they could have done to fix him, and I just felt like they refused.
I hope you didn't run into any trouble, Doctor.
The main issues, and I will bring this up because some players might be struggling with this. On any unit who's a physical DPS, like a proper DPS, it's like a bare minimum that you be able to hit over 2k attack because of armor, because so many enemies are. Ever since Surtur came out, it became the norm for elites to exist that have high armor and high resistance. When this game was new, and they even have tutorials to explain this to you, these heavily armored guys, use arts on them, and then these other guys use physical damage on them, and that way you can like optimize your attack, and that's why they came out with operators that had like hybrid damage sets, like Bybeak, who has physical and arts damage mixed together, and Lapland, who has physical and arts. It was so that you could have, like this versatility in a unit that could handle both of these different archetypes. But what became problematic with those units is when Surtur came out and they started rebalancing the whole game and making just even random enemies have both resistance and defense. And so for a physical defender, or for physical DPS, it meant that in order to effectively deal DPS for physical damage, you needed to be able to hit 2k. And if you couldn't hit 2k, the best you could do is kill trash. So like the best example of a popular operator who is essentially on trash duty permanently is Thorns, because he gets to around 1800 and something. And older elites, he's okay at killing, but in general, people just kind of use him as a fire and forget to kill weaklings, which really anyone can do, which made thorns really replaceable but convenient. Like you could have them, you could deploy them, and maybe you just need 1 thorns instead of like 2 other ops. Like maybe if you didn't have thorns, you'd need an Arketto for the range and air units, and then someone to block like mountain or something. So you could have 1 thorns, or you could have a mountain and Arketto, or in some cases maybe Thorns' regen was enough for you to not need a healer in his area, right? So maybe you could get away with a Thorns instead of an Arketto and a healer, or whatever the case is, right? But the whole value in Thorns was just in needing to deploy less operators, not in him actually being like meeting these thresholds that you kind of needed to be valuable as a DPS otherwise. So that's one of the big reasons why Blaze became a challenging preposition. Early days, Blaze was like one of the most desired operators. And now you don't see her so often, except maybe in AFK clears. Her module does actually get her just barely over the 2k. So she'll have just over 1800 attack with the module and the skill up. But she has the additional effect of when she's blocking, they take an extra 110% multiplicatively. And she also gets this 6% attack after 30 seconds. And so with these two added in, she just hits over 2k, and that makes her not really good against most bosses. Hey, how's it going? But it still makes her pretty good at like everything else, including high armor elites. Yeah, you might, I don't know if you just got here. I was just explaining some of the and demonstrating some of the funky things in the game with operator skills and talents. I'm probably going to wrap up pretty quick, but if there's something you had a question about, I can maybe answer it. Actually, you're on chapter 4, right? 4/9. What, do you know what stage you're on? I'm just curious if you know like where you're at, because you're asking about strategy, and it's easier to demonstrate because I don't even have to use like meta units. I mean, I can. Haven't cleared any of stage 4? 4-1? Because this stage is like pretty easy. 4-2 is the one I always use to demonstrate stuff on. This is like where I test operators. Because most of these, 4 is pretty straightforward. A boss stage. This is kind of a puzz stage. I don't know if I want to spoil that. Busy for a few weeks after. Oh, okay. Where is a good place to talk about strategy? I mean, that's probably integrated strategy is the best place to just talk about positioning, but there are some stages in particular that I think are interesting. This is a boss fight. I don't want to ruin Frost Nova though either. I have to think. What is a cool stage? So, I can probably talk about this stage. Because I have the thing to burn. I'll walk you through like what my strategy thinking. So yeah, I'm using all meta ops, but I don't necessarily have to. I'll point out where me. Oh man, what do I? So I don't really have a hard time beating stages unless they make me angry, and that's just because I don't like mauling for a long period of time. So if a stage has annoying mechanics like I'll show you a good example. There's a stage that I just don't like that I've beaten. I really don't like the chapter 13 boss. I don't like the chapter 13 boss. I just don't. right? And the reason being is because one of the things that I am not a big fan of is you have these sort of bomb carts. So these are areas where these carts spawn, right? And you have to push the carts, and they go along these like routes, and there's like these I don't know what to call them, like towers, kind of like enemy spawn point things, and they make like an unlimited amount of enemies, and then there's a boss that can respawn indefinitely from one of them until you destroy all of them. And so you have to deploy operators that attack this cart to move it until it gets to like one of those objective points, and then it'll blow it up, right? And while you're doing that, you have to defend your blue box, and the enemies all have damage reduction. And I want to show you something. This is the boss's abilities. It's like that, like we're not going to read through it. We're not going to go through it, but just look at the number of words on this boss, right? And let's compare that to bosses from like back in the day. If I go to Lula, right? I feel like there's like way less text, and she was considered at the time, I mean, I guess in this, she was considered at the time hard, right? And you could say power creep or whatnot. There's just like, just the number of text, right? And then let's go to like over here, right? Same thing. This stage was like infamous because it had the civilians here, and people were like, "Oh my god, so annoying! The civilians are the real enemy." Right? Let's look at Patriot. Right? That's kind of what I'm saying. Like, and these were the complicated bosses back in the day. And now, like, I feel like bosses have just gotten too convoluted. Right? And there's also like a whole thing about related enemies as well that have abilities, and then they have related enemies, right? So the reason why I didn't like this stage is because there's so little room for creativity on it compared to like Patriot. And so Patriot is, if you understand the mechanics of the fight, it's pretty simple, it's straightforward. I can do it with any ops that are viable, like maybe at a certain point it requires optimization that go beyond my ability to like perfectly time things or whatnot. Like I don't know what that would be. I would have to go and do it a bunch to figure it out. But like I can always go do a Patriot fight live because I understand the fight. And I understand the fight because Patriot's abilities are not that hard to understand. I mean, even this, I think, makes it look more complicated than it really is. Because Patriot really has two things to concern yourself with. And I actually think this probably... Okay, it does just tell you that he hits 4 times. That's like an important thing to know about. And it doesn't tell you how much this is. But the mechanics of Patriot is that he comes with 2 stacks of stats, and he loses one of them in his second phase. So like his res stack is in 2 stacks of 45. So in phase 1 he has a res of 90, which is really high. But it's why, you know, res shred is more powerful than like arts amplification, for example, on Patriot. His resistance is, any enemy that has a resistance higher than 50 minus resistance is more effective than amplification effects. So like Suzerain here, where is she? The actually no, it's not that, it's this here. Fragility is one of the names that it goes by. Talent increases 2 times, it is her talent. This one here, inflicted with 20% fragile. The way fragile works is whatever damage someone takes. So if some enemy has if some enemy has 500 armor or 50 res and we do 1,000 damage, they take 500 damage. This fragility would mean they take 20% on the 500, not 20% on the 1,000. Right? So in arts, because everything in arts damage is multiplicative, if something has 50% res, then this effect will be exactly equal to the same percentage of shred. So an operator that has, if we look at Surtur ignores, actually this is more powerful, so I'll explain this. If this said percent, then it would be equal. It's not equal because she ignores 20 res. So against Patriot, that means that he goes from 90 res down to 70. But that's most operators. It's ignore a percent. Let me look at Aya. I don't remember what she has. Hers might be strong like that too. Yeah, see how it says minus 25%? That means that you only get 25% at 100 res, which nobody has. And so you're getting minus 25% of 90, which is still powerful, but if an enemy's at 50%, then you're only getting 12.5% res shred out of this skill. And so, but if you think about, if I had 25% enhanced damage, but then they're taking 50% of the damage, I'm only getting 12.5%. So at 50% resistance, res shred by percent and arts amplification are equal weight. But if your if enemy's resistance is below 50%, then amplification does more damage. If they're above 50%, then shred does more. But yeah, like I hate the Chapter 13 boss. I don't like that's not the right button. I don't like Chapter 13 at all. And that's just the mechanics. It's annoying. It's tedious. I hate damage reduction. They don't put anything. I mean, I'm sure they mention it somewhere in here. But damage reduction is awful. And here's why. Damage reduction just straight up, it's like, damage reduction works on everything except for true damage. And that even includes, I tested this, that even includes talents like Red. Red is a really good way of testing for damage reduction. Because if something has damage reduction, if you deal, how to explain this? If you deal 40% more damage than an operator's attack minus whatever defenses they have. So that's kind of hard to explain. But like with this skill, plus 80%, let's just say she does 1,000 attack. I don't want to do like math and get exact numbers. Let's just pretend that her skill 1 does 1,000 raw attack, right? And she has this attack that guarantees that you do at least 40% of her damage. So if I'm attacking an enemy that has 1,000 armor and she has 1,000 attack, I'm going to do 400 damage, but that number is going to be in red because I'm doing more than 40% of the total amount of attack that I have minus the mitigations that they have. Because normally I would be doing 0 damage, but the minimum you can do is 5%. You get capped at 5% damage on the absolute bottom. And so because this talent says nope, instead of 5%, the minimum you can do is 40%, and that equals 400, but 400 is way more than 40% above the 50 damage that I should be dealing, right? It's a red number. But if I attack something with red that other operators with 2,000 attack are barely scratching and she doesn't get a red number above them, it means they have damage reduction. And I mean, you can go look up the amount of damage reduction that they have, but I think the enemies in Chapter 13 that have it, it's like 90%. It's something obnoxious. And that damage reduction like applies after defenses, which is actually a good thing. It'd be annoying if it applied before defenses. But I mean, it doesn't really matter. This guy has enough hit points to when they have their damage reduction up. Like, even with true damage, I couldn't kill him. Like, they force you to use the mechanics in the mode, which is the carts. Like, you have to have him near one of the bomb carts in order to reduce his damage reduction, which is temporary, right? And that's the other thing, is you kind of have a bit of a time limit, because the carts, I guess the carts are unlimited, but he can blow these, like, the things that generate the carts up. So in a way, you can even run out of carts in that fight. And he's just so ridiculously tanky. I hate just, like, grinding away at hit points and being forced to use the stage gimmick in order to clear it. And then it's like, how many different operators are viable in that clear? Can you do, like, really wild, weird clears with operators that are zany? Like, it reduces the creativity, and it's like forcing you to play the stage exactly the way they intended. It's like solving a Sudoku. There's no creativity to it. So I totally hated Chapter 13. That's why I was happy for Babel, because Babel, the mechanic, didn't feel so forced. Like, I can completely ignore the chains with a strong enough squad. But when I go into the newbie account, I have to obsess over the chains. So the chains are a mechanic that allow you to lower the requirements to clear content so that it can feel hard, but it's like a mixture of like a puzzle and a power check. But it's not both of them at the same time, and that's what I didn't like about Design of Strife, is that I don't like when they mix both of those together, because it means that if your account isn't shiny enough, you why would you even try? And I know there's like some low rarity clears and stuff, but they're all going to rely on borrowing like specific 6-star operators to clear stuff. You're not going to be able to farm it. It makes Virtuosa like really, really good, because her elemental damage ignores the damage reduction, right? So all of that damage reduction makes like tons of operators feel bad, and then the new shiny limited operator kills everything, even though she's not that amazing of a DPS, just because she ignores the damage reduction. So I like, of all the mechanics that have become a staple of, we released Surtur and that's bad for the game, Surtur, and I mean, some people blame Texas Alter, but here's the thing, Texas can be killed, and sure, she redeploys, but fundamentally, if something kills her fast enough, she's not that effective. The reason why Surtur was problematic is because Surtur is always going to live a bare minimum of 8 seconds, and in general, it's going to be 8 seconds plus 5,000 hit points and whatever hit points she has. But because this is a static 5,000, even when you have like contingency contract and it like, let's say you have minus 75% hit point pool, that only affects her base stats. Because this isn't a percentage of her health, she always gets the full 5,000. And so her design fundamentally also makes her really shitty in squads. Because if I put Surtur into a squad and I go, oh, this is unlimited duration, right? Like, she loses 20% of her health per second, which actually, like, leveling up her to level 90, it in a way is a nerf to this strategy. If I want to keep her alive, right, that 20%, because this adds so much hit points, it's fundamentally designed to make her nearly like really, really, really hard to keep her alive. Like, you have to build a whole squad around it, right? Let's see if I can keep Surtur alive. I don't even know if I can, because I don't have anything optimized for it, but we're gonna try. We need a Neural for her talent, because she increases healing by 17% across the board. We need a Warfarin S1, because she has hit point total percentage based. And we need who has really high healing throughput. I think Aya S1 has really high healing throughput. And we probably need at least one other healer. A Telopsis maybe. But I have to burn her skill. Even so, we'll try it with Telopsis. I might need somebody else. Maybe Whispering would be good for that if I actually maxed her out and leveled her and stuff. And then we're going to go with Surtur. S3. Oh, and we want Scotty. Sculptor. Because Sculptor can buff our other medics.
It was one of Mom's traditions.
So let's see if we can keep Surtur alive.
Direct memory access for application map. And
1.
enemy coordinates.
I'm trying to think who... Oh, maybe Lumen would have been good because he gets attack speed.
Call for help immediately if you're injured.
Get behind me.
It would be nice if Surtur was in a position where I could get more of these healers in the aura. But whatever, it is what it is. Alright, let's see if this is enough healing to keep her alive.
Melt away, life-depriving stone.
So her massive hit point pool is working against us being able to keep her alive, and the purpose for that is this makes her good to deploy on her own, but their design intention is for you to let her die. And so what they really wanted is to have you have to put in a ridiculous amount of resources to allow her to just actually use this as an unlimited skill. But that's what makes her popular, is her lack of synergy. The fact that people can throw her into any squad, they can completely forget about what operators they have entirely and just activate her skill and expect her to do her job and do work. Like, I might have to pop a cooldown to keep her alive here. A pretty powerful cooldown at that. Because I don't even know if with this amount I can keep her alive. Because when that runs out, the best I can do is Sculptor buff Aya. So we can make it to the end of the stage, but I don't think that would have been indefinitely stable, right? And so that's like, I think most people don't understand what makes Surtur popular, but also kind of shitty. Because the thing is Surtur broke the game, but not in the way most people think. The reason why Surtur broke the game is because she has Res Ignore and 8-second immortality and 5,000 hit points in this with 20-second HP loss. And so between all of those things, it means that Surtur is fundamentally designed to be trash at synergizing, because she doesn't have multiplicative damage, so you're not going to buff army her, right? Ignore Res is pretty good because this does stack with other people that have Ignore Res, but you get depreciating returns from Res Shred. So for instance, if I'm ignoring Res, if Patriot has 90 and we bring it down to 70 with this for her, if I use Praminix on that, functionally for her damage, it's gonna be minus 30% of 70. Actually, no, that's not true, because she's ignoring 20, so it'll be for her. Actually, that would work. It would go down to 50, because Praminix would bring it to 70, and this ignores a flat 20. This is the good ignore, not the mediocre one. But yeah, it's just the way her kit interacts. It fundamentally means that she's insertable without a thought to anything to like make her better at her role. So that's like completely diametrically opposed to Viviana, who, if you compare to Surtur in a vacuum, is for the most part worse. But the thing is like, if you synergize her in a squad, she's way stronger. Like, because you can synergize her. You just don't even have that option with Surtur. She's just designed to die and be redeployed. And so, like, that might not be an issue. Like, I brought up the Patriot fight. If you're fighting Patriot, you have enough time to deploy Surtur twice. But what if for some reason there's a setup where you can only use Surtur for one phase? Viviana, that's not a problem because the cycle time on this skill is really good. 25 to recharge, and the duration isn't super long, right? But the overall cycle time between this makes it a versatile skill, right? And so people really slept on her, I think unfairly, because she's a more traditional op. She's like a proper arts guard, and Surtur is like this unholy abomination. But the biggest thing is the not dying element of this. If Surtur could just be killed, right, then you wouldn't have to balance bosses around her. Because, the first boss that came out after Surtur's release is, let's see. I think it's Walk in the Dust, right? I want to show you something. Emperor's Blade. Emperor's Blade has something really interesting in their kit. This Dominion ability here, right? When someone is in Dominion, I have to find where it says it. Dominion, attack speed, physical and arts damage taken, priors, blah, blah, blah. Deals arts damage, instant. Okay, so you see this ability right here, Collapsing Fear. It doesn't matter what type of damage this is, unless they're not in Dominion, right? The reason why they came out with this mechanic, the Dominion and this Collapsing Fear, is because, see how it says instantly defeating targets? I feel like they reworded this. It used to say retreat, but this doesn't kill a unit. Surtur is immortal when she takes damage, right? And so is Spectre, right? They're immortal when they take damage. I can actually demonstrate this. Let me see. I need to remember this stage. 3 lanes. I just want to kill Surtur. That's the goal. I have to live long enough to kill Surtur. I feel like that should be easy. Healer, strong healer with a big range. And a Surtur. I don't think I need ranged units for this. Oh, I might need a mountain. I don't know. I might need a tank. We'll take a mud rock.
Please double check your protective gear. Also, remember to keep a safe distance from the lava and give regular status reports. I have to get serious now.
So he's going to get to a certain percentage of hit points, and it's going to do Dominion to her because she did the most damage to him. Then he's going to do an attack, and it's just going to instantly delete her. Is it not? There we go.
I shall ensure the integrity of the law.
My Surtur might be too high leveled. I feel like that attack should have come like a bit sooner. But yeah, like he was literally designed to because Surtur existed. But even with that measure in there, Surtur's like still kind of too good, because the most common strategy on him was still to use Surtur just to get through this phase, right? Because the Dominion in the center here is way more convenient than having it on your operators here. Or because if you place a ranged unit that deals damage to them, the Dominion's going to be on that ranged operator. And so the way they kind of intended this fight to be for most people was to have your units over here. And if you set up your ranged units to deal damage to them from over here, then the Dominion would all be centered here. It massively debuffs the attack speed of your guys, and then they would just leak from these relatively strong trash units. That's how this fight was designed. That's why people thought this was really annoying when it came out. But if you allow him to like be in if you get the Dominion in the center, that's not too bad. If you have him wander over here and you Surtur him and the Dominion's over here, like that's not really a problem, right? So Surtur was still effective against him, but his mechanics were fundamentally to counter Spectre's immortality and Surtur's skill 3. And so that was like the first boss that came after Surtur, and it wasn't quite at the same level of bosses that would follow, but this still became infamous with a lot of players because he was like one of those bosses where people were like, what the hell? This was the balance that began the era of high defense, high resistance, and you can see he doesn't even have high defense. I think even in the let's check his EX stats. Yeah, he just doesn't have high defense. So this was before, this was the first balance pass against Surtur. And then let's look at the next event. Oh, this has a weird boss. Bad example. What came out after? What came out after that? Well, we can look at this one, Neural Light. This is probably modern enough. So now we have like relatively high defense, relatively high resistance, right? And part of the reason why bosses had invulnerability stages was so that if you use Surtur and she kills him in one of in a boss's phase, right? Instead of having another hit point bar or going immediately to the next phase and allowing Surtur to burn through that as well, there's like this downtime. And that's so that Surtur dies from her hit point bleed, and then she's on cooldown. So they started taking that into account with how they designed bosses as well. And then the next thing they started doing was dodge. The dodge era. So with Stultifer and Navis, you saw this, and they introduced it on him. Dodge was added to like massively again, like reasonably high defense, reasonably high resistance. They always have one be lower so that you could look at the boss and be like, oh, they're weaker against defense than art, so I'll use like physical damage. At least that's like the intention. But none of these values are low compared to back in the day. That's kind of the point that I'm getting to. And even like random elites will have like a number of them will, maybe not on this stage, but there's a reasonable number of enemies. I guess I can bring up like chapter 7 or 8 and demonstrate. But you can already see the descriptions got a lot longer. Cannot be blocked. This is part of the anti-Surtur measures because you can't literally use Surtur to block. He has the potential to just walk past her damage. Again, he stops in places, not that she's not useful at all. But if he can't be blocked by Surtur, and when that's happening, he's also doing a shitload of dodges. Does it say what his dodge chances are? It's like 50 or 75% or something like that. Functionally, it's the equivalent of damage reduction. 50% physical and arts dodge. So his like little AoE effect area that also affects his minions. Give physical and arts dodge, which also stacks with resistance. So like these guys become incredibly tanky against arts because of that. And all of that is just because Surtur exists. Before Surtur, you didn't have stuff like this. And you also didn't have stuff like in just the normal story stages.
Doctor.
If we look at the Shield Knights, no Shield Knights, Shield Knights, Shield Knights. Where are they? Is that in chapter 7? Maybe it's chapter 7 that has them. Shield Knights. Shield Guards, that's what they're called. Look at these chonky boys. This is still pretty old content, but Surtur came out a long time ago. But really, like, before Surtur, this didn't exist. But, like, Chapter 7 was just the beginning of the high armor, high res meta, and these guys were, like, the epitome of it. And actually, these stats, I think, used to be higher. So, because there's been power creep in the game, they've actually reduced what these letters mean, right? So, if I look at Patriot, he used to have 3 S's. And they downgraded his stats to be A's and B's. That's how much, like, power creep has happened. So if you ever want to know, like, what these mean, like, you can look up. But, like, it's crazy to me that, you know, 2 years ago, it was SS and S, and this was, like, an A+, right? And now he doesn't have a single S in his stats. But yeah, I don't like Chapter 13. This was, if you wanted to know what annoyed me, it was damage reduction. It's just super tedious, and then being forced to push these carts. I just did not enjoy that process. Things that I really liked were, like, I don't know, anything that allowed me to be a little goofy. You know, like, that's why I liked integrated strategies so much. The IS2 specifically. I also feel like IS2 punishes you the least for experimentation. So when I played IS2, because I didn't feel like I needed to have a Texas Alter to deal with RNG nonsense in IS3, or a Dorothy or Typhon to deal with some of the nonsense in IS4, my go-to, I mean, this was probably my most played squad, because it didn't rope me into any specific class. And then I would typically do this right here, just RNG, see what they would hand me. And this is how I learned how a lot of operators worked, like the 4 stars, because if I didn't have them built, I could try them out here, or in integrated strategies, I could get them for free. And sometimes I'd be really surprised. Like, I remember thinking, some of the people that surprised me how good they were, I guess I'll do a recruitment here. I don't know if I'm going to do, like, a full run. Because I'm just kind of in, like, talking phase. I guess this would be just chatting at this point. But it's going to make me do a stage. That's fine. Oh, no, it won't. What were they? I can't remember. Fluffy Tail Girl. 5-star, where are you? Providence? Providence. A lot of people don't know how good Providence is. And the reason why I say that is because her best skill is her boring skill. So let me expand this one. Because the problem is most people, on most operators, the second skill or the third skill is their most powerful. But the problem is that not attacking enemies over 80%, that's a pretty big minus, right? And I remember I got her in IS2, right, as a random whatever, one of the 5 stars. It wasn't the thing that you get at the very start, but I got her pretty early on, and I was like, sure, I'll try this out. And I remember I had her on skill 1 because there's no condition, and when this is like leveled up all the way, it actually does like a lot of damage. And I think I'm not sure, I have to test this, but it's hard to build every character in the game. I think that the way this skill works actually is that the attack bonus, it applies like while they take the damage. Like they don't have to already have taken the damage for this to apply. And so that was the thing, is that I remember having this skill selected, and and you also get this as well. So you get a multiplicative, a little bit of RNG, because I remember I got big red numbers with her as well. And if I recall, this procced pretty often. But I remember also I got her, E2. I don't remember if they had a module or not at that point in time. It might have been with a module, but the module is going to improve this talent in some way, either the damage or the proc rate. But I think because 50% is pretty often if it's the frontal tile, and I believe by frontal tile they mean like this right here. But it might be that. I'm not sure. It's been a while. But I remember I just had her with skill 1, and I was like, whatever. I heard she wasn't that good, and like the skill on paper didn't look that good, and she was like right off the bat, before I even had any strong artifacts, she was just hitting dudes for like 4k. And I was like, what? I had no idea that she would just hit that hard. And this is a passive. You don't have to wait for that to charge. So Providence was, I was shocked. I was literally shocked at how strong Providence was. Lords are going to get their own modules really soon. I think in the next patch. Like, I think W Alter, Lord modules come with W Alter. And Silver Ash is the big winner, if you're wondering. So, if you want to know what's coming with that, Thorns, this poison damage, it increases a bit. That's not really what matters. What matters is that one of the things about Thorns is that he's a single target. He attacks the same dude. And so this lasting 3 seconds, generally that doesn't matter too much, because you only get 1 stack of this, and he's just refreshing the same stack. So you're getting 125 arts damage per second on the same target. And this lasting 3 seconds is kind of pointless, because he doesn't go and attack different targets to apply the dot to as many things as possible. His module upgrade allows this talent to stack 3 times, which effectively makes it 3 times better. And it does increase the damage, I think, all the way up to like 150 or something. Like, alone, that wouldn't make really any difference at all. And this was always kind of like not really that big of a deal. But having this actually stack 3 times means that he's going to do like somewhat respectable arts damage. But he's still going to have his attack with a module. I mean, it might improve his attack a bit. And with both stacks of the skill, maybe it'll get him over 2k, which will certainly help. Like, he gains, don't get me wrong. But he's basically just still Thorns, just Thorns, but better. Silver Ash, like, fundamentally changes. Where are you, Silver Ash? Silver Ash's module, this attack bonus goes up to 25%, right? And he gets, his trait gets improved to dealing, I think it's 115% damage to elites and bosses. And that's a multiplicative bonus. So that'll stack with this upgrade that he gets down here. And then he gets... there's something else that he gets with the redeployment time. I want to say that certain units that meet a condition get like an additional stack of this. But I would have to go look up the module. But the main thing is that... and all lords deal 10% arts. Their attack is arts. And that's not when skills, that's just everyone gets that. So Lapland gets that, he gets it, Thorns gets it, and that's just whatever their attack is when they're attacking stuff. So his S3 will also deal 10% arts damage while it's going. And so between all of that, he gets a just over 45% damage increase, which for a module, that's a lot. That's a lot. The only other person that I can think of that gets 40% from their module or better is Dorothy and Rosa. Like, Rosa becomes, I wish I had her module, but modules are time gated, so I can't put it on everyone. Rosa's module, this right here technically makes Rosa a better DPS than Typhon. It's just like I said, people are lazy, and so Typhon is more popular because Rosa, you have to manage a skill cycle time. So this skill, it lasts a really long time, but it also has an extremely long cycle. And so just the fact that you have to manage this, and if I had this mastered, I think it goes up to like 100% at M3, which doesn't sound like a whole lot, but she has a high base attack and a large armor ignore. So at let's say at max level, she's at 1142. We'll just say she's like 1150, right? That's going to turn into 2300 if this is M3. And then if we look at her upgrades here, 15% on top of that. And then the 60% ignore is already in there, but deals an additional 60% attack as physical damage when they're 3 or higher. And this doesn't have to charge up. This is instantaneous. This also doesn't rely on the skill. And so between her skill and this multiplicative damage and this effect right here, like she's one of the only ones that gets 60% more damage. But this module was literally game-changing for her. So as strong as Typhon is, technically Rosa has a stronger DPS option, but it's on a skill that you have to manage. And that's why I said Typhon's actual like unique selling point, because Typhon's skill 2 is not 100%, it's only 50%. But both of these arrows can hit the same target. And so that is one thing that is worth mentioning. The stunning target, I mean, that's pretty cool as well. There are some differences, but if I go down into our kit, for her to get 60%, it requires stacking. It requires you to attack a target multiple times. You don't get that straight away. And this is with a level 3 module, right? And this is one time. So this 160%, it's not forever. It's literally on the first attack. And that's it. Well, I guess it's every time you activate a skill. So, like, Rosa's damage is chonky. But the thing is with skill 3, this tracks a target until you run out of ammo or the target is dead. And so on bosses, right, and because it's ammo based, it lasts between phases, and she'll just hold the shot until the boss resurrects in the next phase, which is just crazy strong. So this is actually the skill that makes Typhon like ridiculous. And the damage is okay, but realistically it's not. I mean, it's for a 6-star that is a main DPS, right? Like there's other operators that have damage comparable to what she's doing, but there's not a lot of other operators that have that same amount of like fuck you in particular energy. And so against bosses, that's why I put her in the same kind of like categories Golden Glow in terms of like when I said operators being overrated, right? Typhon was one of the few that wasn't. Yeah, sure, her damage on this skill is good. It's a great lazy skill, right? And this is even the one that I have default, but this isn't the skill that sells Typhon to me. The skill that sells Typhon to me is her skill 3 because of its its versatility in use cases that are hard to have other operators cover. Because the only other operator that does something similar to this is Golden Glow. But the thing that differentiates Golden Glow is that Golden Glow has true global range, but Golden Glow doesn't target specifically the operator that you want. Ella's S3 is incredible. So Ella, let me talk about Ella. So one of the fundamental issues that Ashe had, and this was kind of what I would call a dick move, when they came out with Ashe, everything that happened after Ashe was they just made everything immune to stun. Every boss suddenly became immune to stun after they released Ashe. Her mines still do stun, right? Like if we look at her S3. Oh no, they do slow. I thought they did stun. Is it, which one of these do stuns? One of them, S2 does stun. Okay. I don't know, I was thinking this did stun as well, but I guess it's slow. Much less things have slow immunity. But yeah, like most bosses, occasionally, so there's so many effects now, abilities, that boss immunities are no longer universally the last thing. There's now Tremble, there's Levitate, there's Slow, there's Stun, there's Bind. Back in the day, nothing was immune to Bind. In the early days, nothing was immune to Stun. Like, I think you can stun Patriot. I don't know if you can stun Tallulah. But when Ashe came out, all of a sudden everything became stun immune. And Ashe's damage relied on stun. And so the thing that makes her special is that this 50% chance to deal 170% damage, this is with the module upgrade. I think it's 30% base. But these upgrades are really worth it because this talent is really strong. And so getting this to 50% means it's RNG, but not by much. It's not very RNG. Every coin flip, you just do 70% more damage, and this is multiplicative. Meaning pairing her with a Sculptor is incredibly efficient, right? And then you can use the mines to just guarantee that. And then the mines add in the... they add in a 35% fragile, which is a very powerful fragile. And the rest of this isn't entirely too important. Also, this attack bonus isn't conditional like Ashe's was. But even if we're not comparing her to Ashe, just like on her own, what makes her good is just consistency. So like some people really like burst, like that burst effect. But I'm not really sure what the best way to showcase this is. Ella, Sculptor. I don't know if she can lane hold, but we'll find out.
No time to waste.
But yeah, like, she doesn't rely on needing any enemy to be weak to something for her talent to proc. She just has always that 50% chance, and you'll see whenever you see a red number, it's a proc. So that procced, that second shot procced, that second shot procced, second shot procced, and this is without the mines, right? And so we'll deactivate the skill. We should still be getting procs, right? We're still getting procs even on just vanilla hits. And then on top of that, we have these mines, which instantly allow us to trigger that, even when the skill's not up. And it really is instant. So you don't have to plan these out like a normal trap, and then guys walk over it. You can literally use this like a grenade, and just boom. Actually, he didn't have enough hit points. I should use one of these guys, because they have enough hit points to demonstrate it. But Ella is like crazy. It's ridiculous. And again, like, Fragile is powerful, and this still affects people that aren't her. So, like, you can use that globally to improve other people's damage. So she fixes all of the problems that Ash had. Even though, theoretically, you can, in ideal conditions, kill something faster with Ash. That only applies to things that aren't immune to stun, and Ella doesn't need that at all.
I'm sorry.
Ella's skill works on everything. And let me talk about the other thing here. Let us do something a little bit different. Who makes red numbers? Oh, I know who makes red numbers. Oh, they're gonna die though. Oh, I know who he can use.
任務に行かないとなのかな。彼らが武器で私を傷つけ、安心して。きっと大丈夫だから。いいよ。
So we're gonna pretend that Ella is somewhere else in the stage, and not here, because I'm not gonna actually use her to attack at all. $11.26. Remember that number. I might have done that too early. And 1476 on these guys. I'll wait for this guy, because he should survive 2 hits. Ah, I didn't get it off. I'll wait for the next one. I think we're doing more damage because of Sculptor's skill now. I might have done that too far away still. 1993. So 1993 with the mine. 1476 without. So, but the thing is, you can use this anywhere, and so it's that global range on those that allow you to kind of use her like a buffer. So even if you're not using it for her own damage, you can still use it for other people's. Like that fragile effect, that is a debuff on the enemy, which means any of your DPS gets that benefit. And that's also it'll work on arts and physical and true damage, anything. So Ella's crazy strong, for sure. Like, it's just some units, I guess you could say, they're semi-limited by big braining things. Like a good example of a unit who I knew a lot of people would sleep on but was crazy good is Jessica, and it's because her damage is okay, but it's not enough for people to go, oh my god, like, I need Typhon or Milnar or Golden Glow or whoever, whoever the sexy DPS of the day is. And defenders generally are kind of an underappreciated class. However, right, the Riot Shield, the fact that it allows her to turn, that's more than a gimmick. That's like something that, like, if you think about in some scenarios, is like a really big deal. And I don't know where a good place to demonstrate that is. I do know in integrated strategies specifically good places to demonstrate it, but I might be able to explain it. I can't really demonstrate it, but I can explain it here. Otherwise, the other thing is, to go into specifically IS-4 is the best place to kind of show why Jessica... Why, if you use more than 2 brain cells, Jessica becomes incredibly, incredibly good. Oh, there's the other thing is, reveals invisible enemies. This was added to our module, And if you haven't noticed, this has become pretty desirable. It's part of the reason why Ina's is so popular. But the fact that that was added onto her kit as well, it's not her main thing, but it is something in addition to all the utility she already has, between the shield, being able to rotate, which is her gimmick, but has some big brain implications, and yeah, I feel like there was something else, but I can't remember it. It's getting a bit late for me. My brain is running out of energy here, but that's fine. I'll show this off.
With all of you behind me.
So let's say that there's 2 lanes here, that there's the blue boxes down here, and there's a second lane here, right? If you don't have another ground unit, like in integrated strategies, this can happen where you literally just don't have another ground unit and you have to cover a second lane. Jessica can do that with her shield like this. And now both of these lanes are blocked and Jessica is facing in this direction. And so I have her S3 right now. Her S2 would even like cover to be able to hit an enemy here when you did this. But you're not locked into that position, right? Like, if I don't need that anymore, you can retreat the shield, and she goes back to facing the direction she was in. So she's the first operator in the game where you can actually, like, deploy her, and without undeploying her, you can change her orientation. But even though that shield was meant to block units coming at her to make her better as a defender, you can actually use it as a whole separate lane. And the fact that she also can reveal invisible units and has a little bit of range and can shoot drones, it just makes her like incredibly versatile. Even if her DPS is not like super crazy. The fact that she and the fact that this is an ammo skill means that her chonky defense lasts as long as you need it. And in theory, you could, like, if you don't want to use her for damage, you could just point her backwards like this so she doesn't waste her ammo to keep the defense higher for longer. But in general, that's not necessary because her deployable shield here is pretty chonky itself. So it's got a lot of hit points, it's got a lot of defense. So between the shield and her, you get tankiness, you get decent damage, you get revealing invisible units, and you can with one unit block more than one lane. That's insane. But because she doesn't do big damage numbers, people kind of slept on her as well. And I don't know why people do that. People have weird priorities. Jessica's incredible in IS4. But yeah, if some point you have issues on a stage or whatnot, I can go over this stage and kind of explain what's going on. And if there's, you know, operators and whatnot, like, I have almost every operator. I think I'm missing, like, I think there's 6 that I'm missing. And some of them are new ones. Like, I don't have the new 4-star Juggernaut, for instance. So that is only a matter of time until I get. Most of what I'm missing is, like, the Nyan. I don't have Dusk. It's like Sui siblings. But even most of the old limiteds I have at this point. So I have a Rosmontis. I have a who else was old? A W, a classic W. So they're pretty old. They were before my time, and I have them. My first limited op was Skalter, and she's max pot, but a lot of this was saving tokens and contingency contract. I didn't roll max pot on her. But yeah, I have almost every operator. And unfortunately, I just don't have the resources to build all of them. I have so many that I'll look through here and I'll be like, oh, I should build this person. I should build that person. But it's like always something. Like, I'm still building Ascalon right now, who I think is interesting. I wasn't planning on M9ing her, but it looks like I'm going to M9 her now. So, only because everyone says this skill sucks, And that just makes me, because it has all this shit in here. It does a lot of things. And because it does a lot of things, when other people say it's shit, I'm like, I feel like there's untapped potential. I have to like, I have to find the utility that nobody else is willing to. I will say though, the main thing with this is like a defensive skill for basically your whole squad. And that's, you know, why it's not popular. But I feel like there's a type of thing that people would hate if they had to do like Tallulah. Tallulah's a good example. This is a good skill for Tallulah because well, I'm curious if it works on the Flame Wave. That's something I might have to test because it says reduces physical and arts hit rate of ground enemies in attack range. So if Tallulah is in range of this, does the Flame Wave also get this penalty, or is that like an environmental effect? Because if it's an environmental effect and this doesn't work on it, then this wouldn't work in that scenario. But the other obvious use case was already put in a showcase that somebody did, which is Clip, the Jessica's Altars event, which I can't even show you the boss on that because I don't think it's been... Well, let me see if it's been added. I don't think it's on here yet. Yeah, it's not in here. So in some months it'll eventually get added to here, but I don't think events are in here until they've rerun, and so I can't show you. Actually, that's not true. Archives, enemy, leader. Now, if I'm not blind, I'll find him. Oh, it is Cliff. I got both names. His thing is he's kind of like the boss version of Exusii. He does a burst of damage that happens in multiple hits. And let's see if I can find that. 6 times consecutively. Ooh, he's a rule breaker. How can he get away with it? Now I have to look into his lore. This is interesting, but I won't rant too long on that. But the thing that's important about this was the main thing, that this was the main mechanic that you had to work around in the Black Steel event with this boss fight. But because his damage mainly comes in this burst of 6 attacks, 6 separate instances of attack, that is kind of what this skill is built around, because it is a dodge for physical and arts, right? And the more like separate instances of attack you have, the less that becomes RNG, and the more that just becomes normalized and an average. And then she gains back hit points based on the dodges, and this obviously stacks with her stupid thing. This stacks with the dodge that she already has. So you do get depreciating returns on that, because it turns it into, for her, 75%. It's not 100%. But she's only taking 1 out of 4 of the hits, and the other 3 she's regenning hit points. And so, and the area that expands to is massive. I tested that because, again, I test things. And initially I thought that was actually going to be her main skill, but everyone said it was skill 2, which I didn't understand until I saw the mastery upgrades. So sometimes masteries are like completely change the nature of a skill, and Ascalon is definitely one of those cases. So let me show you that. Actually, I won't show you because I have it on skill 3. Oh no, it is on skill 2. So I have this at mastery 3, and I think it normally this is like 40%, And so I tested her without the module because I still don't have the module. And the slow on this, like 60% slow is a lot more noticeable than 40%. It just is. So before I had this like mastery, this slow effect wasn't very powerful. And it also, that slow stacks with this one here. So between the two, when this is masteried, this slow is like very, very powerful. But when I had her not at mastery 3 with this skill, this slow was not that good. Right. And the other thing is that sold me on this skill is that even though she doesn't hit aerial units, the movement slow still works on them. So it's like a universal slow. So here you'll see that the stacking slow work, which I need her module so that that'll be 20% better. Well, not quite 20% better. But if we get
you stepped into my domain.
And that's the speed with all the stacks, with 3 stacks and the 60%, but I don't have the 20% from the module. So technically that can get even lower. So her slow really is very powerful on this skill, but before I had it mastered, when I tested it, I wasn't super impressed. And the skill 3.
Go right ahead at any moment. I'll be there.
No time to waste.
No one can see me. No one knows. Follow me.
The skill 3 just has a huge area. It's like massive. So I think actually the expansion of this area might be something else that maybe people will sleep on with this skill, because it is true AoE, and just the sheer size of it is like kind of ridiculous. But the crowd control is a lot less, because the main feature of this is defensive. So having that taunt so that enemies prioritize attacking her, and then the crazy amounts of dodge is the main feature of that. So,
Doctor,
very unique skills. Wasn't planning on M9ing her, but I'm going to. I just need to farm more for it. And I'll burn the last of my SP and then DP. No, freaking sanity. Oh my god. My brain is cooked. I will explain what I did in this stage, if anyone wants, even though it's not like low rarity or anything, because I was not trying to, like, I could lower the rarity a lot of these because it's not really necessarily to have 6 stars here. Like any healer would work. I don't need a Nightingale. Pretty much any Vanguard that can block a few units will work here. Units are going to spawn from here and come this way. This guy's invisible. The mechanic, and I did get the medal for this, but I didn't save the clear for it because I thought this one was a little bit faster. So farming the stage, I care more about time than doing it with the special conditions to get the medal. But these squares are definitely here as a stage indicator for where to deploy ops in order to use chains. So, I mean, you can deploy an op here. I think I deployed like a bagpipe here facing up or something, but even if you had like 2 Vanguards, you could still use 2 Vanguards, one here, one here. And then any unit that's a ground unit here will create a chain. And if you have, you have your unit facing up here to damage them coming in, or you can have them facing out, because when he walks up, you need him to go into the chain going between here. And I think the reason why they have the ranged tile here and this little boxed off area is to create like a little visual cue that you can create like a triangle here. like that. And what that does is it means that the guys coming in will hit the chain, fly, and then land, and then have the low defenses and not be flying units, and a ground unit here can kill them. But also, it triggers this guy. He has to walk through it, and he loses invisibility. So, if you have two Vanguards, you can do Vanguard, Vanguard, fast redeploy or whatever, doesn't matter, just as long as it's before he moves to get him caught in the chain. And then like a ranged DPS, which isn't the strat that I used, but I think that's how they designed this stage to be. Right, he's going to walk into the chain, and you're going to have 2 instances of the chain causing him to be visible, and his stats aren't super high, so he's just going to take a bunch of damage, right? Whittle him down on this, then he's going to go through here and come out here on this side, and you have the same triangle that you can make here. So if you had a fast redeploy, as soon as he got through the chains, undeploy, whether or not you need the additional DPS here, you could either keep them there or undeploy. Maybe you want the chain here for the guys that are coming. But if you had Vanguards out here to gain DP, you should have a good amount of DP by the time he goes through here. And then you can either do the same thing here, or you can set something up here. In this case, I have Ella here because I'm planning on like using a trap. I know he's going to show up here. I didn't set up to get him here. I did in my playthrough where I got the medal. That's why I'm bringing this up. I did get, I think I used like Inez here or here, and then I had someone just to create a single chain. I put Mizuki here for his crowd control on the Lancers, because he's using skill 2, which has this bind, and then just Hoshi to tank anything coming through here. The Inez was just to deal some chip damage to him, because she can reveal invisibility, and I have Jessica here because she reveals invisibility with her trait when you have a module on her. And now Jessica's just going to deal damage. Jessica and Ella are just going to farm him to death. But you don't need, again, you don't need that much power. You just need to deal damage to him when you can. Whether that's setting up here early when he goes through here, setting up here to deal some damage to him. Then you can do the same thing here when he goes through here. And you can do the same here. But on like a low-level squad, you might have to move the units blocking here if you can't tank him.
To fight to the very end.
But you need to block him twice with chains in order to get the extra medal. And if I look at his stats, yeah, the main thing is that he has a reasonably high attack, so he's kind of hard to tank. I didn't tank him, for example. I just, you know, there were a couple of units that I like allowed him to hit and expended, but like that's also why I had Mizuki over there, because I knew that he would not. He's melee, so I knew Mizuki would just get some damage off on him without having to worry about tanking anything. And if you have invisibility reveal, that just makes it a bit easier, but it's not necessary. I mean, his arts and physical dodge makes him a little bit harder to deal with for some, but he loses all of that if you use the chains. So the chain's just a mechanic to make it easier, a lower bar for how strong your operators need to be to kill him. Yeah, and then he phases through a unit, so even if you can tank him, he'll phase at least one time.
I hope you didn't run into
Anyways, I'm going to call it a night here. I will be back on tomorrow. I don't know if it'll be for this long. Hopefully I can make some progress on that other account. The event stage is just really making things difficult because it's lying about the levels that you need. It's just straight up lies. Anyways, I'm gonna call it a night here. Peace out.